Hello Miners fans and welcome to Mulcahy Stadium in Anchorage, Alaska. Today's site of two games between the two top teams in the Alaska Baseball League. Charlie Fellows here with Dylan Simmons, the voices of the Mat-Su Miners, bringing you this matchup between your Miners and the number one team in the ABL, the Anchorage Bucs. It's a long-awaited showdown and it finally comes to pass here.
Yeah, here we go. Mat-Su Miners, Anchorage Bucs, the two best teams in the Alaska Baseball League. Like you mentioned, we've been waiting a long time on this one to see how these two teams would play in the month of July as we get closer and closer to that inevitable postseason. This is going to be an intense day of baseball action here at Mulcahy.
It's hard to believe just a couple of days ago we were afraid this might get rained out. It's a beautiful day, the sun is out, and the two teams are here and ready to play. Well, yesterday Mat-Su was in a little bit of a cloudier showdown in their home ballpark against the Peninsula Oilers in a battle to get them into second place in the ABL, and judging by what we said earlier on in this open, it went pretty well. But in case you forgot how it went, here's some highlights. The rain is gone, the field is dry, and it's time for Mat-Su Miners Bears fans to today's matchup between the two teams in the Alaska Baseball League, the visiting Peninsula Oilers and your Mat-Su Miners. He struck him out. Two straight Ks in his last two outs, strand a pair in scoring position. This Miners pitching staff is always, they waste no time in reinforcing that narrative here. Those souvenirs don't come cheap. 2-2. Lined into right field and past the diving glove of the second baseman Rothwarg for a base hit. Chase Wilcox had the single 2 nights ago, and now he kickstarts this Miners offense. He's the first base runner, first hit allowed by Leon.
The ball in fair territory off of his bat with his power.
1-0 into left center field, and that's going to drop down for a hit. That'll be extra bases for sure. Rounding second, now coming into third and being waved home now is Cole Dawson. He will score without a throw. It gets cut off, and Peninsula takes the lead on a one-out RBI double by Colin Robson. Hit of the game for the Miners, but it's one they really needed to see, that leadoff hit. This heart of the order that was silent against Leon the first time through, a sign that this could be different.
So Christian Perez comes to the plate, who has been statistically the most dangerous batter for Mat-Su when it comes to getting on base and potentially scoring batters as of late. High fly ball deep into right field, back towards the wall. Sullivan looking for it, and it's gone! Out of here, Christian Perez with a 2-run homer, and the Miners take the lead in emphatic fashion. Holy mackerel. There is one in college, yes.
So a lot of these guys are calibrated to that anyway.
They are. Using the time to his advantage here. Runners go, and it's going to be a swing and a miss. He's done it. That is strikeout number 11 on the day. And no Mat-Su Miner in 2024 has struck out more men than this man. Jack Hostetler, have yourself a day. The 2-2. There's the strikeout. Jack Hostetler ties the ABL lead in strikeouts with a 12K day and now has 27 overall on the season. What a day for the pitcher out of Whitman College and soon to be Oregon State. He has built himself a heck of a game today.
So twice, the only man in this entire Oilers lineup who has not struck out a single time is Petey Soto, which makes sense. But barring disaster, he will not bat in this inning. That's hit well out to right field. Kellen Strohmeyer going back at the track, and that's down for a extra base hit. Rounding second and going for third now is Aiden Sullivan. He'll get in without a throw. Sliding in 90 feet away from nothing. The Oilers now have someone 90 feet away, and all of a sudden Drew Kennan's job just got a whole lot harder to do. Instead, he'll hit one right at the third baseman, and that's going to be a double play. The absolute best possible thing that could have happened for the Mat-Su Miners, a line shot right at Chase Wilcox, who didn't even have to move. The man at third, Aiden Sullivan, was a little bit off the bag, and he had no chance to get back. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the game. Drew Kennan does not get that strikeout record, but he locks down the win. Another 2-1 thriller here at Herman Brothers Field, and the Miners tighten their grip on second place in the ABL. Well, Dylan, we're like a broken record at this point. It seems like the Miners continue to find new ways to win, and this time again, it was the pitching.
Yeah, the pitching is just absolutely insane for Mat-Su this season. Jack Hostetler yesterday set a new 2024 ABL 12 strikeouts on the day. He is out now also tied for the overall lead in strikeouts in the ABL with 27, along with the Bucs' Wyatt Halverson. The Miners overall in the last 8 games for themselves when it comes to their pitching staff have at least 10 strikeouts. 7-1 is the record in those games. So whenever Mat-Su gets this amount of pitching and this quality of pitching, they're a tough team to take down.
They've been the best pitching staff in the ABL. The Bucs right behind them at number 2. Anchorage has a slightly better offense than Mat-Su, but the Miners have been closing the gap, and one reason why is this week's Player of the Week, Brandon Durand. Dylan got a chance to talk with him before this game about how his week has been going and how he's found his way with his bat lately. So you'll want to listen to that.
What's going on, Miners fans? Dylan Simmons here, and our Player of the Week this week is Brandon Durand. First off, Brandon, congratulations on a phenomenal week for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, you absolutely deserve the Player of the Week honors. So I got to start off with this. 8 RBIs on the week, and you have the only multi-home run game for any ABL player in the 2024 season. So what was going right for you this week?
Yeah, so it started out, we were watching Synergy in the office here in the clubhouse, and I kind of saw my swings. I took a different approach to BP, and when we were at Chugiak, it kind of just clicked for me, and then since then I've kind of just got my timing down, and I've been able to take some good swings at some baseballs.
You absolutely have been able to get that down. Now, I want to ask a little bit about the offense as well, because it seems like the offense has channeled a new energy over these last couple of weeks. They've been getting better and better. More runs have been put on the board. They're back to that early season form. What's been clicking, in your opinion, for the offense in its totality as of late?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all comes, it's baseball. You're going to have stretches where your offense isn't hitting as well as they should be, or your bullpen isn't throwing as well as they should be. And I think that kind of comes down to how good the team overall is, right? Who can pick up who when they're down, who can step up when you need to step up. And it was only a matter of time before the offense came back alive. It just so happened that it was against Chugiak.
There you go. There you go. Now, I want to ask you about today. This is a big one coming up. The Anchorage Bucs doubleheader, top of the ABL heap. But you guys, you're on a 3-game win streak. You've won 6 of the last 7. What kind of momentum, what kind of play do you think the team will need today to beat the Bucs?
Yeah, so to break it down, any game you're going into a doubleheader, it's going to be tough to win both. So I think if we come in with the right energy, or as of right now we are 0-2 against them, but I think if we come in with the right energy, the right mentality, and just play Miners baseball, I think we're going to be in really good shape today.
Well, if you're going to hit all those home runs, you got to have, some strength in the muscles, and you have that, and I obviously do not. So, man, I got to ask, what's the workout regimen look like?
I can only attest to Harrison, my trainer at school. He puts some really good programs together for us. I mean, prior to Brian, I had kind of just, I'll say, basic lifting knowledge as to what I should be doing, but he does a lot for us, and I thank him a lot.
All right, well, he's a real strong man, guys. Brandon Durand, all right, back to you. He's our Player of the Week. We'll see you next time. That was an awesome discussion with Brandon. Love to hear what he had to say about his awesome week. And something interesting we learned about him, he's actually taken part in some public speaking in the past. So he's kind of used to being in front of cameras, and he did a great job on that interview. Great perspective as always.
Yeah, apparently he had won a few awards in high school for baseball, which isn't too terribly difficult for us to believe, and he had shared some advice to us on how to hone our speaking. As broadcasters, we are in a similar discipline to that, and he's definitely very well spoken and well versed with the bat as well. He'll be part of the lineup today, but who's going to be joining him?
Well, for Mat-Su, joining him will be Drake Kerr. He's leading off at center field as usual. Dom, the shortstop. Kyle McCausland at designated hitter. Christian Perez, the first baseman. Brandon Durand is going to be the catcher today. Chase Wilcox, he's been great lately at third base. Nick Bisaccia takes over second base. Kellen Strohmeyer in right field. Starting in left field today, and Tucker Timmerman, the team leader in earned run average, will be on the mound for Mat-Su here in game number 1.
Yeah, it seems like every day we see a new pitcher on the mound for Mat-Su, and we're like, oh yeah, by the way, he has a strong case to be the ace of this staff. That's what happens when you have a team ERA under 2.5. Well, the Bucs are no slouch. Cole Carlon, the two-way star, leads off for them at first base. Will Burns, the shortstop. Andrew Lamb out in left field. Ryan Callahan, the designated hitter. Josh Hankins at third. Zane Kelly out in center. He's hit a home run against the Miners this season. Brody Briggs, the catcher. Cade Lee, second baseman, with Chad Gurnia starting for game number 1. Just a reminder, of course, this is a doubleheader, 2 7-inning affairs between these two teams, and we'll get the lineup for game 2 in between those two games and share it with you in the early goings of that one. Before that, though, we've got a first game to play, and on the other side of this break, we'll get the action going. It's Mat-Su Miners, Anchorage Bucs, the two top teams in the ABL. It doesn't get any better than this, so don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to the largest city in the last frontier, Anchorage, Alaska. This evening, the crossroads of the world serves as a crossroads between the top two teams in the Alaska Baseball League as your red-hot Mat-Su Miners look to nab their first wins of the season against the number 1 team in the league, the Anchorage Bucs. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows here for what we expect to be a knockdown, drag-out brawl between these two teams with not one, but 2 games to be played.
And you're absolutely right. When you talk about the Miners as being red hot, they're 7-1 in their last 8 games after dropping to 5-8 a couple weeks ago. The offense was floundering, but since then they have been absolutely red hot. But in that time, they have played a lot of teams, but not these guys. The number 1 team in the ABL has been existing off in its own little world, and they're finally on a collision course here today. This first game, actually, is making up for opening day, which was rained out over a month ago. So welcome to the ABL season, everyone.
A new beginning, so to speak, for the 2024 ABL season as the Miners and the Bucs make up that game. Mat-Su is 0-2 against Anchorage this season. They have lost 2 games, both of them at Herman Brothers, by scores of 9-1 and 10-9. But Mat-Su hoping their fortunes will turn around in this one. And they're also 4-1 in the month of July. They've won 6 of their last 7. So we talked about them being on a hot streak, and those numbers back it up.
Absolutely, and they'll test their mettle against the second-best pitching staff in the ABL today, although the Anchorage Bucs lineup is a little banged up and they've played a few games in the last few days, so don't think we'll be seeing the very tip-top level, especially in their bullpen today. So we'll see what Chad Gurnia, the starter for Anchorage today, can do.
Chad Gurnia on the mound for the Bucs. He'll be taking on Drake Kerr to lead off for Mat-Su. It's the top 2 teams in the Alaska Baseball League, and double the fun today. Miners Bucs for the 3rd time this season, about to get underway at Mulcahy Stadium.
So the Miners have seen Chad Gurnia. He started that 10-9 roller coaster game about a month ago at Herman Brothers Field. He went 3 1/3 innings and allowed 4 earned runs. So far this season, he's gone 11 1/3 innings with a 6.35 ERA and 10 strikeouts. Freshman out of Cal State Fullerton doing battle with Drake Kerr.
And Drake Kerr has been on his own pretty good streak as of late. Still holds many of the top marks for Mat-Su. He's the 3rd best in terms of hits in the ABL right now. He's going to lay down a bunt along the third base line, and he will get to first without a throw. So Drake Kerr doing his signature move. It's that bunt single, and he's on to first. 1 aboard for Mat-Su here in the top half of the 1st inning.
He's been a little bit cooler the last couple games after a red-hot stretch over the last 2 weeks, but here he's wasting no time, imposing his will, doing what Drake Kerr does. We saw him do this in that 12-0 win over Chugiak when he started the game off with a bunt, stole his way around to third base, and got a ride home on a sac fly by this man, Don Patrizzi. So we'll see what happens here.
This is a ball popped up into foul ground, and that'll be caught on the run by Carlon, the first baseman, with 1 away as Patrizzi is quickly retired.
Now, that was a little bit less exciting than the sequence that I was describing, but with Drake Kerr on base, Chad Gurnia and the Bucs defense already have the pressure on him, and they're already into the most dangerous part of this order.
So Kyle McCausland now to the plate for Mat-Su. 73 at-bats on the year, 19 total hits, a .260 average, and he's tied for 5th in the Alaska Baseball League in total hits this season. Lets this pitch go by. It's a fastball that is going to be up above the zone. Count goes to 1-0. Miners looking to win their 7th game in the last 8 total. 1-0 for McCausland. Throw back to first. Unable to do anything with Drake Kerr, the leader in stolen bases in the Alaska Baseball League as well. Another high mark for him.
McCausland's hitting .260 on the year with 10 runs batted in, 5 doubles and a home run. The extra base hit leader on the minors.
Here's a liner into left field for a base hit. Kerr advances to second. He'll stop there. McCausland on to first. And we have 2 singles now in the top half of the first inning, one from Kerr and one from McCausland.
It's pretty similar to how that 10-9 game started back at Herman Brothers in early June. Chad Granea immediately on the ropes against the top part of this order. Now here's someone who has done a lot of damage to opposing pitchers lately.
Oh yes, Christian Perez now to the plate. He had the 2-run home run yesterday against the Oilers. That was the difference in that 2-1 victory. Pitch on the way, and it's going to be away from the zone for a 1-0 count.
Perez, a .294 hitter. That is tops on the Mat-Su Miners. 20 hits and 68 tries. 2 doubles, a home run, 12 runs batted in, and he's slugging .368.
Future Sacramento State Hornet coming off a year with Grand Canyon. He's also played at New Mexico State. He will swing and miss at this pitch, and the count goes to 1-1.
Originally out of Sunny Slope High School, no? The same as head coach Ty LeBrun.
That is correct. So obviously those two sharing from some history from those high school days, and Perez has been a key addition to the team this year. This is a liner right to the third baseman. That's going to be 1 out. Throw to first will be in time. And first on a double play, a line shot right to Josh Hankins, able to get it over to Cole Carlon, and that does it with the Miners held scoreless. We'll be right back for the bottom half of the first. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Anchorage, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this afternoon. Miners tied 0-0 currently with the Anchorage Bucs. No score in the top half of the first. And now Tucker Timmerman taking the mound for the Miners. He has been incredible as of late, currently boasting the top ERA on the team, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx anything, but you said no score coming into this frame, and I reckon it'll probably stay the same way after we depart. Tucker Timmerman, 2-0 on the season, 0.75 ERA across 12 innings pitched. He's allowed 11 hits, struck out 16, and just 1 earned run, along with just 1 walk. So he has been absolutely lights out. The 3-headed monster this team has at the top of its rotation with Peterson, Hostetler, Timmerman. Those are basically 3 free wins out of every 5 tries if those guys are on top form, which they have been lately.
That they have. The Mat-Su pitching has been as good as advertised as of late. They're the best pitching team in the Alaska Baseball League. Meanwhile, the Bucs, the best offensive team in the ABL. And now we get to see those 2 units meet right here. Leading off will be Cole Carlon, the first baseman, followed by Will Burns and Andrew Lamb. 1, 2, 3 due up in the order for the Bucs. Pitch on the way from Timmerman. It's a fastball, and it's going to be just inside the zone. Count goes to 1-0.
Carlon, a 2-way superstar for these Bucs. He's hitting .320 on the season as a hitter and a .265 ERA as a pitcher.
Here's a ground ball up the middle, and nothing that Bisaccia could do about it. It bounced off of his glove, and that will be a leadoff single for Cole Carlon, the first baseman.
Yeah, just got his glove on it at a weird angle. They're going to give him a hit, and I agree. Carlon gets the opening single. Both teams have led off this game with a hit.
Will Burns now to the plate for the Anchorage Bucs. He's been another spectacular offensive piece out of Texas Tech. Awaiting what Timmerman will do with this pitch. And again, this is where the Bucs thrive. That pitch comes in high for ball number 1, and another 1-0 count for the second straight time. Anchorage is 14-6 overall on the season, 2.5 games ahead of the Mat-Su Miners as it stands. Throw back to first, almost able to do something with Cole Carlon on that pickoff move.
And the Bucs nearly dropping a game last night to the Chugiak Eagle River Chinooks. They were up 4-1 in that, but they ended up just hanging on for a 4-3 win. If they had lost that game, then this doubleheader would be for the first place in the ABL if the Miners could potentially take both games, which would be a tall order, but I think the goal to at least take one is held by everyone in this Miners squad.
That one fouled off by Will Burns. Count goes to 1-1. Waiting the fastball from Timmerman. Here's a bunt laid down. This is going to be a fair ball. Throw by Wilcox to first is going to be in time. Nice recovery on the bunt by Chase Wilcox. Able to get a 5-3 putout. That is going to be one down here in the top, or rather bottom half of the first, but advancing on to second is Carlone.
Yeah, that was a great play by Wilcox. He's been so great over there at third base. They found a home for him on this infield, and he's been absolutely stellar with the glove over there. Unfortunately, that bunt did achieve its goal of advancing Cole Carlone into scoring position. It's a dangerous part of the order up now, trying to drive him in.
Andrew Lamb now to the plate. The freshman out of USC watches that fastball come in for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Lamb playing as the left fielder today. 42 at-bats on the season, 12 hits, 8 RBIs, and the number 2 on-base percentage in the ABL at .423.
And you'll notice a lot of D1, high-level D1 schools that we're rating off on this Anchorage Bucs lineup. They are the best in the ABL for a reason.
They certainly have the most talent on paper when you consider what their colleges are. But again, it's all about how you play on the diamond, and Mat-Su trying to prove that theory right here. Still wearing their red, white, and blue uniforms from July 4th. They haven't lost in those yet, and they're keeping them on until something changes. Don't blame them for that way of thinking. 0-2 count. This is fouled off by Burns, and the count will, rather Lamb, and the count will be 0-2.
Now, Andrew Lamb is the left fielder for the Bucs. And he's hitting .286 on the year, slugging .405. Driven in 8 runs. And struck out just 3 times this season, so.
Bucs enter this game with a .246 batting average as a team. This pitch comes in high. That's ball 1. So the count will go to 1-2. Tucker Timmerman looking to get his first strikeout of the day. And he was certainly finding the zone not all that long ago. In a spectacular performance that he had back at home. 1-2 count, keeping a close eye on Andrew Lamb. And quickly moving back to second is Will Burns, who has got a pretty big lead off over towards second base. We'll see if he tries to steal. If so, Timmerman will definitely be ready.
Timmerman good at holding these runners.
This is chopped foul by Lamb. Count will stay at 1-2.
Of course, the best way to hold a runner is to never even let the ball get into play to begin with. And that is something Timmerman and his prowess for getting strikeouts excels at.
He is very good at understanding the situation and knowing when the time is right for 1, a strikeout, and 2, to watch where the base runners are going. And that's what he's trying to provide here. Mat-Su could use a strikeout. The 1-2. This is a fly ball into center. Drake Kerr is right there. He backs up just a little bit, but does make the catch. Tagging and actually, nope, not advancing to third. Staying at second base, and that was a smart decision. Was Will Burns, or rather check it, Cole Carlone, and that will be out number 2.
I was going to say that he is running into certain doom if he decides to try and go to third. By the time he got his jump, the ball was already in the air out of Drake Kerr's arm. So we were robbed of a potentially funny base running blunder there, but Timmerman will try to get the job done himself.
Ryan Callahan now to the plate, the junior out of Wichita State. 2 outs. Mat-Su trying to end the bottom half of the first right here. Pitch by Timmerman is in there for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Nice fastball. Callahan working as the designated hitter for the Bucs today.
.333 hitter, which leads this team.
110 runs scored in total by the Bucs this season, 3 home runs. This is a chopper foul towards the Miners' dugout, and that will quickly bring the count to 0-2. And Mat-Su has an opportunity to keep the score tied at 0-0, just like you were talking about, Charlie.
And you talk about how much they've scored. The Miners, of course, with more runs than that, or more home runs than that, I should say, 5 of them, which paces the ABL. They've scored 115 in total, which is also tops in the Alaska Baseball League. They've reclaimed that crown.
Timmerman with the pitch, and that's just fouled by Ryan Callahan. The count will stay at 0-2. He just got a piece of it to keep this at-bat alive.
I suppose we should be calling Mat-Su the best offense in the ABL now. I hadn't noticed that they had retaken the lead in runs scored, but they definitely have. The Bucs are better at batting. They have a higher batting average as a team, but all that matters in baseball is the runs.
That is the main priority at the end of the day. And another foul ball. It will bang off of the net, and the count stays at 0-2. Callahan fouling off these last couple of pitches from Timmerman, trying to potentially see if he can do something for Cole Carlone over at second base.
He's been at 0-2 for a while, but these Bucs have been hanging in there. Timmerman needs to finish the job.
The 0-2. And that one is going to get away from the catcher Durand, and on to third now is Carlone on a pass ball. Count goes to 1-2.
The stakes rise.
That they do. That ball was a little bit low, it appeared. Durand unable to hold it. And now with a 1-2 count, there's a even better opportunity for Callahan to score Carlone from the hot corner. Mat-Su needs to be ready. They only need 1 out in this situation, so just get that coveted third out, and you can keep the score tied. Another chopper fouled, and again, Ryan Callahan is making life very hard for Tucker Timmerman.
Yeah, before that pass ball, he had been at 0-2 for a while. He just continues to fight pitches off. You know, he leads the ABL in batting average for a reason. But Timmerman definitely has the stuff to win this battle.
Fastball, and it's going to be fouled once again. Boy, Callahan just does not want to go down. He keeps the count at 1-2. This is truly the embodiment of an unstoppable force meeting that immovable object. We are seeing it right now firsthand. But somebody is going to have to break here. 1-2 count. And a swing and a miss. Tucker Timmerman wins the war of attrition and gets his first strikeout of the day on Ryan Callahan. And most importantly, keeps the score tied at 0-0. Your Miners will be back up to bat when we return. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Charlie, do you feel the power rising in here? Because the generator is at the plate for Mat-Su. Brandon Durand making his way into the batter's box. It'll be Durand, Chase Wilcox, and Nick Bisaccia. 5, 6, 7 to lead off here in the top half of the second inning. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. This is game 1 of a 2-game doubleheader between the Bucs and the Miners. And that will be a looking strike. Count goes to 0-1 on Durand.
Brandon Durand, the newly minted Miners Player of the Week, the 4th recipient of that award. And we interviewed him before the game. If you watched the pregame show, you saw that one. And I'm realizing now we missed a golden opportunity to inform him of the nickname we have bestowed upon him. I wonder if he's aware.
If he watches back the streams, which I hope he does, maybe he is found a liking to that nickname. Here's a ground ball to short. picked up and thrown on to first, so no generating this time. A 6-3 putout as Burns and Carlone connect. 6-3 putout, one away. So Chase Wilcox now to the plate. Wilcox has had his own impressive streak of hitting for Mat-Su in the last couple weeks or so. 51 at-bats, 14 hits, 11 RBIs. That's tied for third in the ABL. And a .275 batting average. .373 is his on-base percentage. He lets that go by for a strike. Counts 0-1.
He's been stellar with the glove as well. And one of the more experienced college players on this team out of that Central Missouri squad that was one of the top teams in all of Division II. And those fans of the Mules will be getting a new and improved Chase Wilcox come next season in their quest to take home that D2 title, which he told us a couple weeks ago when we talked to him is something he's looking forward to a lot.
That he certainly is. He's got the fire to do it. As that pitch comes in low for ball 3, he may have an opportunity to draw a walk here against Chad Gurnea. With the count at 3-1, Wilcox is going to see what he can do. He has drawn 6 walks this year. And that pitch comes in high. He's on to first. So number 27 draws a base on balls. He's on to first base. That's a runner aboard with 1 out here in the top of the second.
It's already the third base runner that Chad Gurnea has allowed. He hasn't let the Miners get on the scoreboard yet, but more members of this team he allows to reach base, the bigger chance there is for them to blow this thing open.
So Nick Bisaccia back in the starting lineup today. He's taking as Wilcox is going on to second base. Here's a chopper to third. Throw to first will be in time. So Wilcox attempting to steal second base. He gets there, but it's still going to be a 5-3 putout. Bisaccia retired. Hankins to Carlone, and 2 away.
It's good base running there by Wilcox, though, to avoid the double play. The inning continues. He makes it into scoring position, and he gives Kellen Strohmeyer a chance to give him a ride home.
So now Strohmeyer to the plate. He got his second RBI of the season against the Peninsula Oilers in a couple of games ago. Actually, that was the Anchorage Glacier Pilots. Check it. In that Friday game back at home.
I understand the confusion, though. Those games both ended 2-1.
Yes.
They're both decided by a few clutch hits, and Strohmeyer had one of them in that Pilots win.
That was the first run scored of the day, and in fact, he scored Chase Wilcox, so a similar position here. May have an opportunity to put a run on the board in this spot. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 1-1.
Kellen, the Iowa Hawkeye, batting .209. As you said, 2 runs batted in, 9 hits, a pair of doubles.
1-1 count. Gurnea watching Wilcox. And that pitch is outside the zone. The count goes to 2-1.
Riker Scow, the man on deck, who has had a penchant lately for clutch extra base hits.
That he has, and Mat-Su could use that. Wilcox kind of drifting around. There's another foul ball, and the count will go to 2-2. Wilcox eager to try to steal third if the opportunity presents itself. Mat-Su is 4-6 on the road so far in this 2024 season, 8-3 at home. Of course, a lot of those losses coming against the Peninsula Oilers, all but 2 of them.
I was going to say, there's playing on the road, and then there's playing in Bizarro Land.
Right. Bizarro Land treats you differently. That is going to be ball 3, a little outside. And we have our first payoff pitch of the day, and Kellen Strohmeyer is going to be the recipient.
Gurnea's already having to throw a lot of pitches. He might get out of this here, but he still had to work, and the Miners are lucky for that.
Yeah, he hasn't struck out anyone yet either. That could change. Here's a ball fouled over the Bucs dugout, and the count stays full at 3-2.
Of course, Wilcox will be running from here on out. Full count, 2 outs. No reason not to.
That he will. It's turned into a pretty nice day in Anchorage after it started very overcast. The sun has popped out a few times and is making an appearance in the outfield right now. We'll try the 3-2 again. Gurnea. Fastball is outside. That's going to be ball number 4. So Strohmeyer is on to first base, and Matsu has now drawn 2 walks against Chad Gurnea here in the top half of the second inning.
And that will bring up Riker Scow with a chance to inflict some damage upon these Anchorage Bucs. The Miners have played these Bucs twice, as you mentioned earlier in the game, and both those games were wildly different. The first one a 10-9 final, and the second one a 9-1 absolute clobbering at the hands of the Bucs. Really the only time the Miners have been blown out this season. So in both times, it's been the pitching that has struggled to keep the Bucs off the scoreboard. The hitters, at least in that first game, were doing mostly whatever they wanted. And they're one Zane Kelly home run away from having won that first game, and this would be an entirely different situation right now.
Pitch on the way to Scow. This is fouled. Count goes to 0-1. Matsu's next closest loss in terms of total runs between winning and losing was against the Chugiak ER Chinooks. That was actually their last loss, an 11-7 defeat back at Lee Jordan Field. Otherwise, they have cut it pretty close in basically all of their losses this season. 0-1 count. Scow, they fly ball into right field. This is going to stay in the yard. Lacey racing after it, and Cade Lacey makes the catch for out number 3. Matsu puts 2 aboard, but can't score a run, and the score overall is still 0-0 between the Miners and the Bucs. We'll be right back for the bottom of the second. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Anchorage, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this afternoon. Your Miners and the Anchorage Bucs tied at 0 runs apiece. This is the bottom half of the second, and the Bucs trying to get on the board first. Josh Hinkins to lead off. 5, 6, 7 due up for the Bucs. Hinkins, Kelly, and Brody Briggs. Tucker Timmerman got his first strikeout of the game in the bottom half of the first, striking out Ryan Callahan, and now he'll look to add to his collection. Breaking ball outside for ball 1.
The Miners have 2 games in a row where the starter has thrown at least, or has issued, I should say, at least 10 strikeouts.
This is a ball that is chopped foul. It will bounce off of the home plate area. Count goes to 1-1 into the field of play, but nothing that Timmerman could do about it. Miners have had several 10-plus strikeout games this year, a total of 8, like we talked about in the pregame. And like we also said, they are 7-1 in those situations. So if they can reach that vaunted 10 strikeout mark, there's a good chance they're going to come away with a win today.
And that one loss was 1-0 to the Chugiak ER Chinooks. The 1 run was unearned. So really, as far as the pitchers are concerned, they are undefeated when they can get to 10.
Count's going to go to 2-1 here. Of course, pitching coach Steve Hecker, a big part of this unit's development. This is a bouncing ball to short, and it's bobbled by Patrice. He throws on to first, and he still was not able to get there in time.
I think he was out.
I thought he was out as well, but they ruled that that was not indeed the case. So Hankins is on to first, and we may have our first controversial call of the day.
Well, that will be an error, of course, on Dom Patrice at short. Regardless of whether he got there or not, that's an error, but I think he beat that out. I think that's an incorrect call based on the view that we had.
Yeah, that was very close, but the first base umpire making the call. So now Zane Kelly comes to the plate, and he has been a thorn in the Miners' side before, laying down a bunt. This is along the first base line. Timmerman throws on to first, able to get the out, but it does advance Josh Hinkins on to second, 1 away.
Similar to how the last inning started, A man on second with one out. It will be Brody Briggs and Cade Lacey, 7 and 8, to try and drive him home. And Tucker Timmerman has allowed a leadoff base runner in the first and got out of that. Had to throw a lot of pitches, but ended up with the strikeout after Cole Carlone made it all the way to third. He'll try and end this a little less drama this time.
Brody Briggs, the freshman out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, plays for Arizona State, the Sun Devils, and lets this pitch go by for a strike. Count is 0-1, 53 at-bats on the year, 13 hits, 8 RBIs, a 245 average, and a 333 on-base percentage. Count is 0-1 for number 5. When you talk about where he came from and where he is now, that is very different in terms of weather. Count goes to 1-1. You're talking about basically the desert to nearly alpine tundra. Tempe, Arizona, of course, where Arizona State University is originating from, located at. Count is 1-1 here for Briggs. Pitch from Timmerman. This ball is flied out and fouled. Count goes to 1-2. Cade Lacey on deck for the Bucs. Matsu needs 2 more outs to bring this game to the third inning. Keep the score at 0-0. Matsu's won their last 2 by scores of 2-1 against the Glacier Pilots and Peninsula Oilers yesterday. So they know how to get the job done in low-scoring games. This pitch is well inside, and the count will go to 2-2.
Just a reminder about the games today, 7 innings. Of course, we had a 9-inning game the last time the Miners came here to Mulcahy for a doubleheader. That being due to the sudden death run rule.
Count is 2-2, and that pitch comes inside. That is going to be ball number 3, and you saw Briggs kind of move out of the way to make sure that there was no hit by pitch in that situation. So the count goes full for the Sun Devil, trying to get a hit against the Cornhusker. Payoff pitch. Timmerman with the fastball. This is a comebacker right up the middle for a base hit. It got right past Timmerman, and now coming around to home and not making it in time is going to be Josh Hankins. What a throw from center field by Drake Kerr, and what a recovery for the Miners. That is out too.
You may have heard me clap inadvertently. I don't mean to be a Homer fan here, but you can't help but clap when you see a relay throw through it from center field, and you could see as long as Brandon Duran got that in his mitt, he was going to be out. And that is indeed what happened. An incredible play to take a run off the board in a game that's going to be so low scoring like we're seeing in the early goings here. Both teams need every play like that they can get, and that is going to be absolutely massive if the Miners are able to pull this one out.
Count goes to 1-0 as Cade Lacey steps up to the plate. What a throw that was by Drake Kerr. Hesitated for just a second. The home plate umpire took his time making the official call, but it looked as though he was out. Of course, we had to make sure after what happened earlier in that first base call. Swing and a miss here. Count goes to 1-1.
Cade Lacey at the bat now. Right fielder for the Bucs. He's only been with the team for a short while. And the Anchorage Bucs do not have stats available on their website, so he's a mystery man to us.
Here's a fly ball into left, and that sits down for a base hit in front of Riker Scow. That will be a single. 2 runners aboard now for the Bucs as Lacey's on to first, Brody Briggs on to second.
But I suppose since he plays for the Bucs, he's got to be a pretty good hitter, as that seems to be the pattern.
And was able to bring on that fly ball into left, and now that'll send on Peyton Knowles, the second baseman. With 2 outs, Anchorage now with 3 total hits in the game, but still searching for their first hit, or rather first run of the game. Knowles, the 9-hole hitter, the second baseman today for Anchorage. Pitch on the way from Timmerman. This is a bloop shot, and it gets down past Patrizzi. Kerr's going to try it again and throw home, and he is once again going to do his job. Drake Kerr with an incredible throw. He has now cost the Bucs on 2 separate occasions. As we saw Brody Briggs trying to get home, he's going to have to settle for third, but it will be a single for Knowles.
Now, unfortunately, the Miners weren't able to turn that into a third out, so Timmerman will have to face off against Cole Carlone, who got him for a single back in the first. But thinking back to those two incredible throws by Kerr in this inning, if they're able to leave the bases loaded and prevent the Bucs from scoring, what a turning point in this game.
Bases juice now for the Bucs. Cole Carlone at the plate. Pitch by Timmerman is inside for ball number 1. Recently, he celebrated a birthday for the Mat-Su Miners back on Saturday, turning 20 years old. Happy belated birthday to him. Hoping that he can have another signature performance today, but right now he's in a bit of a jam. This is a ground ball right side and through for a base hit. A run's going to score for Anchorage. The throw is going to come home, and it's going to get away from Brandon Durand. Another run's going to score for the Bucs, 2-0 Anchorage on a couple of unfortunate circumstances for Mat-Su.
Yeah, they came so close. It's unfortunate. Tucker Timmerman having some trouble keeping the Anchorage bats off of base, which is something that no team has really been able to do super well this season. Cole Carlone gets him for the 4th hit allowed by Tucker and gets down to second on the error by Brandon Durand. One of those runs was earned, one was not. But they're both a crushing blow to the Miners' chances of taking this one.
2 errors by Mat-Su now here in this top half of the second inning. As this pitch comes inside to Will Burns, count goes to 1-0. And this is exactly the position that Mat-Su didn't want to be in early. But they are definitely in a trouble spot right now.
And this has all been with 2 outs as well.
Right you are. It has been a tough way of things as of late. 1-0 count, pitch from Timmerman. This is a fair ball just barely. Durand will throw on to first, and that will be out number 3. But the Miners do allow 2 runs to score for the Anchorage Bucs, a couple of costly errors, and 5 total hits now for Anchorage in this game has led to the 2-0 lead. We'll be right back. Charlie will take you through the middle 3 innings. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube.
To the 3rd inning we go here in the first half of this doubleheader here at Mulcahy Stadium between the 2 top teams in the Alaska Baseball League, the Anchorage Bucs with a 2-0 lead on the visiting Mat-Su Miners. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons on the call, and it will be the top of the order for Mat-Su. Drake Kerr, Don Patrizzi, Kyle McCausland with their second crack at Chad Gurnea, trying to dig themselves out of a 2-0 hole that they fell into back in the second.
Yeah, it was a tough bottom half of the second inning. Mat-Su giving up 2 runs, one of those on an E2. Right now the Miners offense is going to need to respond, and we'll see if Drake Kerr can do just that.
Kerr led off this game with a bunt, as he often does. 1-0 coming from Gurnea is inside. The Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islander trying his best to spark something. The Miners have committed 2 errors in this game, both in that last inning. That pitch will find the zone from Gurnea, 2-1. Kerr made a couple of great defensive plays out in center field to prevent a couple of runs from scoring, or at least hold them for the time being, as that's on the ground to short, fielded by Burns. He'll throw across and get the out. Drake Kerr can't leg that one out, so 1 away in the 3rd.
Yeah, Burns taking that one on the hop. Kerr making some good contact with the bat. Just unable to pull that thing into left field. Need a little bit more distance between where it was and where Burns ended up getting it at. So that's a tough break to start things off. We'll see if Don Patrizzi can turn it around here.
The Lehigh Mountain Hawk hit a foul pop-out last time he was up, and he takes strike 1.
Bucs come into this game with a 3.09 team ERA. So not super far for Matsu, but Matsu certainly with an edge in that department on paper. But there's no denying that the Bucs themselves have a pretty solid pitching staff that's going to try to make life hard for the Miners.
1-1 cut on and missed by Patrizzi. That run allowed, the earned run allowed last inning by Timmerman, just the second he's allowed all season. Jack Hostetler also allowed his second earned run of the season in his start yesterday. And it's interesting, for some reason, I'm not entirely sure why, but the soundboard we're using in this park seems to be picking up a local radio station, so I'm hearing Photograph by Def Leppard in my ears as I'm trying to call this game. That is strike 3. Dom Patrizzi sits down on the first K of the day for Gurnea and a quick 2 outs for the Miners.
Yeah, if there was one thing that the Matsu Bats were doing well here in the early going, it was avoiding giving up a strikeout, and Patrizzi this time just caught looking, let that fastball go by. I'm sure he thought it was going to be inside the zone, but it broke at just the last second, able to take care of it. And now we'll see if McCausland can maybe help with that.
Strike 1 comes in to McCausland. Gurnea pitching with the bases empty and 2 away. McCausland last inning had a single with 2 outs to get Drake Kerr down to second base, but the Miners were not able to do anything with that. 2-1.
Got a .349 on-base percentage on the year, .260 average entering today's game. He has forced 7 walks on the season, which Matsu has done a couple times in this game already.
Slapped it on the ground, foul, just down the third base side. Hankins will throw on nonetheless, but McCausland will bat one more time, 2-2. 2 outs. Anchorage Bucs with a 2-0 lead in game 1 of 2 here at Mulcahy Stadium.
If you're Matsu, you really do not want to give up a 1-2-3 inning right here. That just continues to load the momentum over towards the Anchorage Bucs. So right now, you got to get something to inspire the offense and keep the Bucs defense on their toes. You do not want to give them an abundance of confidence.
2-2. Hit well out to left field. Going back Andrew Lamb, but he's got it. Range is on and gets the ball in his glove, and that will indeed be a 1-2-3 frame for Chad Gurnea and the Bucs. 2-0 through 2.5. Bottom third coming right up, but first we're going to take another look real quick at the standings in the Alaska Baseball League. As they stand today, the Anchorage Bucs, as we mentioned, at 14-6, 2.5 games clear of the second-place Matsu Miners. The only 2 teams above 500 in the ABL this year. And down on from there, the Peninsula Oilers at 11-11. They're facing off against the Chugach Eagle River Chinooks today, who are 7-12, 6.5 games back. And Anchorage Glacier Pilots with a merciful day off. They have been having a rough go of things lately, 9-15. They are in last, and they have played 4 more games than anybody else. So things are not going particularly well for the Bucs roommates here at Mulcahy.
Yeah, the Pilots also have to play Matsu twice this upcoming week, once on Wednesday, once on Thursday. The Wednesday game will be at Herman Brothers Field. The Thursday game will be right here at Mulcahy Stadium. So they're going to have a lot of Matsu Miners in their future. Meanwhile, the Miners will meet the Bucs again coming up next week around this time on June 15th. So the top 2 teams will meet each other again soon after today's doubleheader. There's going to be a lot of games with implications in the standings over the next week or so. And as we get closer to the ABL postseason, it's going to make things all the more interesting.
As we've said before, each team plays every other team in the ABL 10 times. The Miners and Oilers have already played each other 9 of those times, and Matsu has the 5-4 advantage in that series. This is only the 3rd time that the Miners and Bucs have played each other, so they have a lot more games against each other down the home stretch of this season. A lot more chances for Matsu to make a run at the number 1 overall seed for the 2nd straight year in the Alaska Baseball League. As we head to the bottom of the 3rd here at Mulcahy, with those Anchorage Bucs getting ready to dig in against Tucker Timmerman and hopefully not tack a few more runs on the board. Andrew Lamb, Ryan Callahan, and Josh Hankins, the 3 due up against the Nebraska Cornhusker. And that's a rip down the first base line. It'll be just foul off the bat of Andrew Lamb, who flied out to center field back in the 1st inning. Another catch made by Drake Kerr.
Boy, that thing was just barely fouled as well. The first base umpire had to move out of the way in a hurry That thing almost made contact with him. Very close foul ball. Fortunate for Matsu.
That is outside. 1-1 from Timmerman, wearing the Star-Spangled 4th of July jersey, as we mentioned before. Miners 3-0 in their Independence Day finery. That's hit into left field now, ranging on at Scow, but he won't get there. That's going to roll all the way down the line. Scow has trouble locating it, so into second with ease is Andrew Lamb. A leadoff double for the Bucs. They continue to rake against Tucker Timmerman.
Yeah, Tucker Timmerman, not an easy guy to get hits on, but right now the Bucs have just found something on him, whether it's his pitching style, it's his fastball, whatever the case may be. They know exactly where they need to go, and delivering that one into left field well was Lamb. This is not where Matsu wants to be early on. Right now, they've got all the momentum that they've handed to the Bucs, and they've got to find a way to limit this Bucs offense in a hurry, or this game could get out of hand quickly.
Ryan Callahan, the first and heretofore only strikeout victim of Tucker Timmerman in this game. The designated hitter, ABL's batting average leader.
That's another thing. Tucker's usually so good at getting strikeouts. He hasn't had many of those today, and that may help him, or rather keep him away from getting into a rhythm.
And did he get plunked? Yes, he did. A hit by pitch will put Callahan aboard, and just like that, another sticky situation here for one of the best pitchers in the ABL.
Yeah, Callahan just having that one hit him, I believe, on the right side of his body. Maybe got him somewhere in the arm, but either way, he's able to walk it off and get on to first. And this is just getting even more difficult for Matsu now. Now you've got 2 runners on base, but if you can get a ground out here, you can maybe relieve some of the damage just a little bit. And we'll see what they can do against Josh Hankins to that end.
Hankins reached on an error. And he shows bunt here, pops it into the air. Durand is going to field it, throw on to first in time to get the out. But down to second and third go Lamb and Callahan. A sacrifice bunt ups the stakes for Tucker Timmerman and the Miners.
Yeah, got the job done for Josh Hankins. It was able to advance the 2 runners on to second and third. Lamb now in the hot corner, Callahan on to second base. So now you've got just 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. All the Bucs would need in this spot would be a sacrifice fly to score a run. This is where Matsu and maybe guys like Drake Kerr need to be aware. If Kerr can get a throw off from center, he may have an opportunity to once again rob the Bucs of a home, or rather a run in total.
Zane Kelly gets a piece of one. He laid down a sacrifice bunt back in the second inning that got Josh Hankins to second base. Hankins would end up getting thrown out at home by Drake Kerr, but a couple more Bucs would follow him successfully to home plate, and that is why they currently have a 2-0 lead. We have them with 5 hits. The stadium scoreboard has them with 6. But in any event, that is more than Matsu's 2. And it's a 1-1 now from Timmerman to the center fielder.
Zane Kelly, a guy who's had his fair share of big moments for the Bucs this year. Like we said before, the best on-base percentage in the ABL. He's going to be a tough out for Timmerman.
1-1. Outside. I gotta say, it's a new experience having to try and call a baseball game while classic rock is playing in one of my ears. I don't know, Dylan, can you hear this?
I can hear it.
Yep.
Something I guess that the board's picking up that is coming from a Anchorage radio station, I would imagine.
And we're hoping that none of you all can hear that, although I guess it is some nice ambient noise. 2-1, hit into the backstop just below the press box.
So now if you're Timmerman, you know that Kelly has been pretty aggressive in this at-bat. You've got an opportunity potentially at a strikeout. Let's see what he can do. Kelly, though, not a guy who strikes out often. He's only struck out 7 times this year.
2-2 is high and tight. This is a critical payoff pitch for Tucker Timmerman. He has not walked a batter in this game, just 1 walk issued the entire season. But he does not want to walk the bases loaded here, although it might not be the worst decision because it would get you into a double play territory. But Brody Briggs, along with all the other hitters in this Bucs lineup, are dangerous and lurking in the wings. Here's a payoff. Did he go around? No, he did not. Third base umpire says safe, so that will indeed be the second walk issued this season by Tucker Timmerman, and that will load the bases with 1 away here in the third.
Yeah, that pitch a little bit outside from Tucker that time. tried to focus on that outside corner. Kelly kind of swung his bat a little bit, but not enough to go around, and I think it made it pretty easy for the third base umpires. It looks like pitching coach Steve Hecker is going to make his way out of the Matsu dugout.
Brandon Durand coming out to talk with Tucker Timmerman as well. It's been a double, a hit by pitch, a sacrifice bunt, and a walk so far in this inning. So far in the game, he has allowed 5 hits, struck out 1, issued a walk, and a hit by pitch. He's allowed 2 runs, 1 of them earned. But a team like this, they score runs in bunches. We've been seeing so much of the other teams in the ABL not named the Anchorage Bucs, and perhaps gotten used to the Miners being able to simply outgun their opponents, the Chugiaks, Peninsulas, and Anchorage Glacier Pilots of the world. But these Bucs are an offense that is comparable in scoring ability to these Miners. You can't get away with simply trading runs for outs, especially when Chad Gurnay on the other side seems to be in a groove and flummoxing these Miners hitters in the early goings. Also worth considering that it is only 7 innings in this game, so less time to mount a comeback. So pitch 1 coming into Brody Briggs, who got a single off of Timmerman last time. He takes ball 1. Man at every base and 1 out. 2-0 the score now, but it could balloon if the Nebraska Cornhusker can't buckle down quickly.
Now, you talked about the deficit being what it is at 2-0 right now. You can almost feel like the Bucs are in position to explode this game, for lack of a better term. If you go up 3 or 4 runs, it feels a little bit more out of reach for this Matsu Miners offense. So if you're Tucker Timmerman right now, do whatever you can to get an out, limit this damage, and try to protect home plate if you're the Matsu infield. That is the #1 priority at the moment.
Timmerman finds the zone, 2-1. He can't afford to pitch around Briggs. Bases being loaded as they are. Cade Lacey on deck. Briggs, Lacey, and Knowles all had singles off of Timmerman. 4 straight hits he allowed.
Curious what Steve Hecker said to Timmerman in that mound conference and what he'll take from that. Right now he's looking pretty good. He's got it at a 2-2 after another strike. We've seen sometimes that after those conversations, Miners pitchers really start to lock down. So you wonder what maybe Coach Hecker saw and relayed to Tucker Timmerman that he might be trying to use right here.
Steve Hecker, one of the best pitching coaches in the business. Here's a 2-2, lifted it up foul out of play.
And he's got a very keen awareness for when that conversation needs to take place. Felt a little bit like Timmerman was maybe starting to lose a little bit of the command of the game. He comes out as a quick conversation, and maybe Tucker can get a strikeout from it.
2-2 to the catcher Briggs. Timmerman. He struck him out, did not.
Nope.
Oh, I was locked and loaded, but as were all the members of the Matsu Miners dugout. That's a fail. Add that one to the blooper reel. Full count it will be now, 3-2 once again.
I think everybody thought that was a strike. It looked like it was in the zone from our vantage point. That is a tough one.
So it'll be a payoff. And instead it'll be grounded to short. Patrizzi steps on the bag, throws on to first in time to turn 2. So the bases loaded walk ended up coming up the Miners' way. Tucker Timmerman escapes the inning, leaves the bases loaded, and keeps the score at 2-1. Perhaps this will be a spark for the Matsu Miners offense to finally get on the board. They will try to do so in the top of the 4th, so don't go anywhere. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. the fourth here at Mulcahy Stadium. Mat-Su Miners trail the Anchorage Bucs 2-0. Looking to get on the board with the heart of their lineup. Christian Perez, Brandon Duran, Chase Wilcox, 4-5-6, due up against Chad Gurnia. On for his fourth inning of work. Through 3, he's allowed 2 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, but has not allowed the Mat-Su Miners to get on the board.
Yeah, Christian Perez trying to change that in his second at-bat of the game. He's got the number 6 batting average in the Alaska Baseball League, second currently in RBIs in the ABL with 12. He's also forced 11 walks on the season, a .294 average, a .392 on-base percentage. A man of many talents.
He hits the 1-0 to center field, not terribly deep, and it will be the left fielder, Andrew Lamb, comes in and makes the grab. 1 away.
Yeah, flew out to Lamb that time. Looked pretty good off the bat, just couldn't get enough distance on it. A lot of times you're looking for a bit more of a line drive in that situation. Made enough contact, but just couldn't put as much into it to get it over the wall, although we know he's fully capable of it, as is this guy.
Durand has a ground out so far today. He swings at the first pitch and hits that into shallower center field. This time it'll be the second baseman Knowles. And 1 pitch, 1 out for Durand. He is the last of 4 straight home run hitters in this lineup today. Patrizi, McCausland, Perez, Durand account for the 5 home runs between the 4 of them for Mat-Su this season. Chase Wilcox doesn't have one yet, but he has been an incredible hitter for the Miners in his own right after 2 lightning quick outs. He's hoping to stretch this inning out a little bit longer and force Gurnia to work.
You feel like he's almost due for one as well. He's had a lot of flyouts in the outfield this season. Almost feels like it's just a matter of time for him before he sends one over the wall.
1-0 is low. 2 balls and no strikes. Wilcox drew a walk back in the second inning. Made it to second on a steal.
He's now drawn a total of 7 on the year.
And a good eye here, 3-0. So on pace perhaps to drawing an 8th.
He's got great recognition at the plate for where the baseball's going to be.
And that one just on the outside corner. Chase Wilcox didn't agree.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're in the batter's box as well, you've got to know what the umpire zone is going to be. You figure that out early on.
And that time he is taking, and it will be ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk with 2 outs. Wilcox on with 4 balls for the second time, and this could be the start of something perhaps. Nick Bisaccia will dig in with a runner on and 2 away against Chad Gurnia.
That was almost a delayed reaction from Wilcox. I think he thought for a second maybe it was going to be a strike. It was pretty close to being in the zone and out of the zone. Luckily for Mat-Su, it went in their favor this time.
Bisaccia swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
He had a 5-3 ground out in his last at-bat. Hankins and Carlone able to take him out.
Would have been a double play if Wilcox ahead of him had not gotten a jump as he was trying to steal second. Doesn't want to put the ball on the ground here, 0-1. And that's low and in. Bisaccia, the Seton Hall Pirate.
43 ABs on the year with 10 hits. .340 on-base percentage, so he's also pretty good at getting on base.
1-1 hits that into center field. Ranging on it is Kelly, as well as the right fielder Lacey, and the latter of those 2 will make the grab. And Strand Chase Wilcox, the Miners still unable to score as we are over halfway home here. Bottom 4 coming right up. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. bottom of the fourth we go. Tucker Timmerman on for his fourth inning of work. He's allowed one earned run, another unearned to give the Bucs a 2-0 advantage. And after leaving the bases loaded in the third, pitching coach Steve Hecker thinks he's still up for another frame of work. He'll get batters 8, 9, and 1, Lacey, Knowles, and Carlone, as he seeks to keep the deficit at 2 and keep his offense in this game.
No understating how huge that double play was in the bottom half of the third on Brody Briggs. You take out that double play, and all of a sudden this game could be 3-0 or 4-0. So that job by the Mat-Su infield defense has given them life and maybe a new perspective on this game.
Hits that one into shallow right field, but nothing that Nick Bisaccia can't handle. Nice little grab for a quick first out, the first leadoff out of the game.
Yeah, great work by Bisaccia. He made a nice adjustment on the baseball, didn't over-pursue it, just able to locate where it was and brought it down in shallow right. That is what Mat-Su needs to see more of as this game progresses. That's a heck of a way to start as we see Peyton Knowles come to the plate.
Knowles takes the first pitch high and tight from Timmerman, who bobs his head. It did look like Knowles leaned into the zone a little bit there. It might have been on the upper corner of the strike zone, but it's called a ball, and Timmerman working fast here, 1-1. Knowles got him for a single back in the second inning.
Yeah, he was taking his time early on, but now he's working a lot faster than he was, kind of switching up his tempo. Interested to see if that's going to help or hurt him as this game progresses, but he's doing what he can to try to remedy the situation.
2-1. Off the end of the bat to Wilcox, throwing across the diamond to Perez. The connection between those two as strong as ever, and 2/3 of a nice clean inning for Tucker Timmerman.
I love the way that Wilcox throws that baseball. I've talked about it so much, but he has such a unique way that he throws it. It allows you to put more power underneath it, and Perez able to bring that in with no problem. A nice 5-3. But now we go back to the top of the order, and this is the real test for Tucker Timmerman as he faces Cole Carlone, who already has 2 singles in this game.
He has 2 RBIs as well. He takes a strike on the inside corner. Carlone has had Timmerman's number. As I was talking about a little bit in the earlier part of this game, he is one of the best pitchers in the ABL as well. He hits a weak grounder to first base. Perez will pick it up, step on the bag, and that is a 1-2-3 frame for Tucker Timmerman and the Miners. A 2-0 the score remains. The Miners will try to chip away at that lead as we head to the 5th inning of play here at Mulcahy Stadium. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. To the 5th in this first half of a doubleheader here in Anchorage, Alaska, the crossroads of the world, a battleground for the 2 top teams in the Alaska Baseball League, and number 1 has the advantage over number 2 right now by a score of 2-0. Chad Gurnia is on for his 5th inning of work to face off against Kellen Strohmeyer, Riker Scow, and Drake Kerr. As the Miners try to kickstart their offensive attack and get back into this game, Strohmeyer takes a pair of pitches 1-1. The Iowa Hawkeye drew a walk back in the second inning.
That he did, and of course he's been very good, especially the last few games, getting on base. He's had a couple of singles, and he's got an opportunity to do it once again right here. That'd be a heck of a way for Mat-Su to start off against Gurnea. Right now, they've got to get some sort of tempo going, and Strohmeyer could be just the man for the job.
1-2 from Gurnea. That is just high.
.209 average on the year for Strohmeyer, .333 on base percentage.
And that'll be low. And now we're back. Sorry about. Very sorry that we're having so many stream hiccups here. Now we're connected. So this should be a bit more steady of a connection now. It's going to be buffering a lot. We apologize for that. Pitch comes in to Drake Kerr. Sorry about all that buffering, and hopefully should be behind us, at least on the audio front. Drake Kerr has grounded out and singled so far in this game. He's got a runner on second and one away.
Yeah, right now they need Drake to come up with one of his signature plays. Expect a potential ground ball through either the 4-3 or 6-5 hole.
And Kerr wasn't even stanced up to bat there. Figured that Gurnia would leave one outside the zone, and indeed he did, 1-1.
We saw Kerr attempt a bunt earlier on in this at-bat, right down the first base line. Carlone decided to let it go foul. I wonder for a second if he thought about getting it.
Cutting a miss from the island.
But I understand with Kerr's speed, you don't want to risk that. But we'll see if there's any way that comes back to bite.
1-2. Gurnia up. And Kerr fouls that one back out of play.
I think we've identified the radio station playing in our ear. It's 100.5 The Fox. So if there's anybody in Anchorage or the Palmer area that knows that radio station, that's what's in our ear right now.
Had some Hendrix, a little bit of Purple Rain. Not sure what song's playing right now, but we'll focus on the game. 1-2. Big at bat here by Kerr, and he just got a piece of it. They're going to say that was strike 3, actually, and the catcher, Brody Briggs, will throw down to get out number 2. He did not, so it will be 2 away.
Yeah, swung at it a little bit and just had enough to go around. Briggs able to recover that baseball and get it to first in time. Kerr's speed still made it interesting, but the biggest thing that hurt him in that situation is that Briggs didn't lose the baseball after bobbling it initially. He was able to get it back, and that is a tough one. And most importantly for the Bucs, it keeps Strohmeyer at second with Patrizzi coming on.
Takes strike 1. As Chad Gurnia tries to escape this inning.
Matsu is doing everything they can to put a run on the scoreboard right now. They've got to find a way, though, to string together consistent hitting against the Bucs. They've struggled with it today so far.
That pitch gets away from Briggs, but it won't give Strohmeyer a chance to advance. Still a runner on second and 2 away.
Yeah, if that pitch had rolled more towards the right side, I think Strohmeyer would have had a legitimate opportunity to get on to third. But it rolled towards third base instead, so Strohmeyer having to stay at second base. That's times get.
1-1. Cut on and missed by Patrizzi. Miners really do not want to strand another runner in scoring position here with a golden opportunity to get on the board. Patrizzi with a pop-out and a strikeout so far today.
Yeah, that strikeout was in his last at-bat too, so Gurnia certainly knows how. This is going to be huge for Patrizzi.
1-2 is in the dirt. Briggs again has trouble finding it, but again, Strohmeyer does not advance.
Yeah, Strohmeyer not left with much of an opportunity at that one. One thing Briggs is doing a great job of is keeping the baseball in front of him, and it leaves Strohmeyer with few options even if the ball does get by the catcher. So right now, Matsu is just got to stay ready.
2-2, just got a piece of it. Welcome back, everyone, to Mulcahy Stadium in Anchorage, Alaska. So sorry for the technological travesty that was that bottom of the fifth. For some reason, all the Wi-Fi in the world seemed to stop working, but we've got it fixed now, it appears, and it will be the bottom half of the fifth inning. It's just in time to see Tucker Timmerman go for his fifth complete inning of work against Will Burns, Andrew Lamb, and Ryan Callahan, the heart of this Bucs order, coming off a clean 1-2-3 frame as he tries to keep the Mat-Su Miners offense in with a chance of stealing this first half of the doubleheader. Leading off is Burns, and he'll take a pitch inside. Burns, the only member of this Miners lineup to not reach base. He has a pair of groundouts so far today. And he waves at the second offering and misses, so 1-1 from the Nebraska Cornhusker.
Bucs with, depending on who you ask, either 5 or 6 hits in this game. Timmerman working quick here again.
Swing and a miss again. Actually, the answer is 6, because if you had asked me back in the early goings of this game, I would have said 5 because I don't know how to count, but the answer is actually 6. 6 hits to 2, Bucs and Miners, and the score is reflected by that. 1-2 here. Timmerman gets him to foul one off, looking for just his second strikeout of the day. Tucker Timmerman, normally a force from the mound, but these Bucs hitters are a different breed.
Yeah, he's trying to establish some tempo right now as well.
Swing and a miss, he got him. A high fastball gets the second K of the day. Will Burns has struggled. He is 0 for 3.
And I think this faster pace is working a little bit more for Tucker. He's starting to get into a bit more of a rhythm and trying to find that fastball that's worked so well for him throughout the season. He's starting to recapture it right here, and that could be just in time for Mat-Su. But he's got to keep it going against Andrew Lamb, who had a double in his last at-bat.
And he cranks one into deep right field. Going back on it is Kerr. And he gets it in his mitt right on the edge of the warning track. It looked like it might be trouble at first, but he makes the grab, and it is a loud out number 2 off the bat of Lamb.
Yeah, that hung up in the air for quite a while, and Kerr did a good job of locating that baseball all the way to the deepest part of right center field. Kerr able to bring it down. That's a big out for Mat-Su, and thankfully a potential disaster avoided.
That might have been a home run in a couple parks in the ABL. But Timmerman thankful that it's not. He starts off Ryan Callahan with a strike, and like you said, this pace continues to rise. All of a sudden, Timmerman feels much more comfortable. 1-0 from the Cornhusker, again right down the middle.
Can't read his mind, but it's almost like he's not overthinking the situation. He's just pitching the way that he wants to pitch, and he is dialed in right now with a chance at another strikeout, this time against Callahan.
0-2. Against a man he's already struck out once today. He'll have to wait one more. That one just misses.
Yeah, a little too far inside that time, but he still got some extra zip on that fastball. I'd say it's in the mid-90s. Here we go.
On the ground to second base, Bisaccia has it, throws on, and another 1-2-3 frame. The last 7 members of the Anchorage Bucs have been sat down by Tucker Timmerman. He's found some more of his form, but is it too little too late? That will depend on how the Mat-Su Miners hitters will do. Dylan Simmons will take you the rest of the way as the Miners try to salvage this one down 2-0, heading to the 6th inning of this 7-inning first leg of the doubleheader. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube.
Welcome back to Anchorage, Alaska, where your Mat-Su Miners are down 2-0 to the Anchorage Bucs in the top half of the 6th inning. Looking to channel the spirit of Captain Comeback Roger Staubach here in the top of the 6th with a comeback of their own. This pitch inside. Kyle McCausland at the plate. The count goes to 1-0. McCausland, Perez, and Duran, 3-4-5 leading off for Matsu as the home plate umpire looks to sweep some turf off of home plate.
I don't think we have any Texans in the lineup today, although Drake Kerr out of Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Yep, everybody else outside of Texas in the lineup. 1-0 count. Here's a chopper that's fouled down the third base line. Count goes to 1-1.
We'll see how strong the spirit of a Dallas Cowboys legend resonates then.
Well, Kyle McCausland looking to channel the spirit of Iowa right here with a 1-1 count. And the Hawkeye, or check it, the Middlebury, Vermont player got him confused with Kellen Strohmeyer. Count goes to 1-2.
Kyle and Kellen, I understand. Not actually sure. I believe Middlebury, no, I might be thinking of Merrimack. I don't know if they're the Warriors.
Here's a chopper that's fouled once again to the left of the third base bag. And got to apologize to Kyle. I'm sure he'd be like, what the heck, man? Iowa? I'm from Vermont, or I play in Vermont at least. 1-2 count. Let's see if the man from Vermont can help deliver victory.
They're the Panthers, by the way.
Swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strikeout. So Chad Gurnea retires Kyle McCausland on a strikeout swinging. For him, that's going to be his second strikeout of this game. Or check it, his third.
Now, third overall recorded by Chad Gurnea, first suffered by Kyle McCausland. Really, since the first inning, he is not allowed a hit. He allowed 2 of the first 3 batters he faced to reach base on a single. Since then, it has just been 4 walks. That's it.
Christian Perez with a swing and a miss. Yeah, he's really locked down against Matsu in these last few innings. And if Matsu's going to come back, it might have to be this top of the 6th where that begins, because you have several of your best hitters in the order with McCausland, Perez, Durand, and Wilcox all likely to play in this frame. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 1-2.
Although, to be fair, it has been Wilcox and Strohmeyer, the only 2 that have really been able to consistently reach base against Gurnea, but when he's not allowing any real hits, it's tough to string anything together.
And a fastball goes in for a strike. Duran retired with another strikeout, this time looking. That's 2 straight Ks for Gurnea, and that will send on Chase Wilcox for the Miners.
It'll be Brandon Durand, who has grounded out and popped out in this game. There is activity in the Anchorage Bucs bullpen. I was going to say, I can't imagine that they're going to try and have Gurnea go the distance.
That's a hit by pitch. Got him close to the left arm, it looked like. And Durand, well, or is that not a hit by pitch? It may have just glanced the bat. Or hang on. Oh, it's the same situation we saw yesterday.
This went against the Miners yesterday when the umpire examines the hand of the batter, and the catcher, Brody Briggs, is incredulous that this is going on right now. And, of course, since it's the Miners, the umpire is going to rule against Brandon Durand, it appears. He'll force the plate appearance to continue. Looked like a hit by pitch to us. Brandon Durand tried to sell it, but I guess the medical examiner wearing umpire's clothing back behind the home plate made an informed decision that we up in the press box could not.
Must have caught the handle of the bat is my best guess. Count goes to 1-1. Durand will swing and miss at this one, and the count goes to 1-2 after Christian Perez was sat down on strikes. McCausland and Perez are both in this 7th inning game. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. back to Anchorage, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this evening. Your Miners down 2-0 to the Anchorage Bucs. This is the bottom half of the 6th inning. Tucker Timmerman's day comes to an end after 5 innings of work. A pretty solid day overall, although 2 runs were given up. Not all of that his fault. He'll be replaced by Hayden Hattenbach.
Yeah, he's looking for a positive outing after the last time he took the mound. This is the first time he's come out of the bullpen this year, the 6'7 lefty out of UC Santa Barbara. His 5th appearance in total. He's thrown 9 innings and an ERA of 6. He got absolutely shelled by the Shugiak Eagle River Chinooks earlier this week in that 11-7 loss. He allowed 6 runs in the top of the bottom of the 1st inning. This is his first appearance since he had been so great this season leading up to that, so he'll try and capture some of the magic he had early on, and 11 strikeouts on the year compared to just 5 walks, and those 6 earned runs are the only ones that he's allowed so far this year.
Josh Hankins to the plate for the Bucs. This pitch goes high for ball 1. Count goes to 1-2 for Hattenbach, who outside of that last performance has been incredible this year. He has certainly lived up to the occasion numerous times. He's trying to recapture that old form here. He's not going to get a strikeout yet. That one bouncing off of Durand, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So Tucker Timmerman's day comes to an end through 5 innings. He allows 6 hits, a hit by pitch, a walk, a pair of strikeouts, and 1 earned run. Not a terrible outing, but with how the offense has performed, it will not be enough unless they can mount a rally coming up in the 7th.
Yeah, that's going to be their last chance coming up in the top of the 7th. That'll be Chase Wilcox, Nick Bisaccia, and Kellen Strohmeyer, 6, 7, 8 due up. But meanwhile, Hayden Hattenbach has got to retire this side. 2-2. Fastball's high for ball 3, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch on the way for the man out of UC Santa Barbara.
Hankins has reached on an error and hit a sac bunt today.
The 3-2. And that is low, ball 4. So Josh Hankins on to first base with a leadoff walk here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And the Bucs have a runner aboard, not what Matsu is envisioning to start things off.
Yeah, Hattenbach issues that leadoff walk. You remember the last time he pitched here at Mulcahy Stadium, he was stellar against the Anchorage Glacier Pilots with his hat falling off constantly. That was in the second half of the doubleheader against those Pilots, which was the start.
Bunt goes up in the air, and Durand makes the catch. He thought about throwing to first, but able to get back quickly was Hankins. But a nice play, nice awareness by Brandon Durand, and 1 away.
Yeah, Zane Kelly had a sac bunt earlier in this game. He was trying to replicate that, but this time it didn't go quite according to plan. And like you said, great instincts by Brandon Durand to get under that ball and get a cheap little out there. Big one for Hattenbach.
Whatever you can do to get an out in this situation, you take it. That'll send on Brody Briggs, the catcher for the Anchorage Bucs in this game. He's done a pretty good job of keeping the baseball in front of him. This ball is popped up into shallow left field, and Patrizzi wants it. He makes the catch. 2 down.
1 pitch, 1 out, exactly what the doctor ordered for these Miners pitchers. So I was bringing up that 43-inning streak of not allowing an earned run, which started in this very ballpark. Hattenbach was the one that let that slip away with that first inning against the Chinooks, and of course many more earned runs would come in to score in that game that were not allowed by him.
Throw to second is in time. Brandon Durand answers the call. Able to take out Josh Hankins, who was attempting to steal second base, and Durand able to save a potential run for the Anchorage Bucs and retire this side. Score still 2-0, Bucs on top. Matsu's going to get one more chance in the top of the 7th. We'll be right back. You're watching Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. crossroads of the world, Anchorage, Alaska. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. This is Game 1 of today's doubleheader between your Miners and the Anchorage Bucs. It's the top half of the 7th in Game 1, and there's a new pitcher on the mound for the team up 2-0. The Bucs are bringing out Andrew Rudd.
Yeah, Andrew Rudd, a 6'5" righty out of Cal Baptist, Riverside, California. At a 2.84 ERA in 6 1/3 innings his freshman year with the Lancers. And so far with the Bucs, in 5 appearances, he's got 14 2/3 innings, has allowed 10 hits, just 1 earned run. That's good for a 0.61 ERA. So he has been their closer this year, and he'll face off against Wilcox, Bisaccia, and Strohmeyer as the Miners try to mount a desperate rally 3 outs away from dropping the first half of this doubleheader.
Wilcox at the plate for Mat-Su, then it'll be Bisaccia and Strohmeyer, 6, 7, 8. Miners on their last leg. This is a line ball foul. Count goes to 0-1 as it went above the third base line.
That's pretty solid contact by Wilcox. If that was pulled a little bit more down the left field line, that could have been a big extra base hit.
And he's going to foul this one off the end of his bat. The count goes to 0-2. This time it goes up and above our press box and towards the parking lot.
Wilcox, of course, has drawn a pair of walks today.
Count quickly to 0-2. Pitch to Wilcox. Hits a comeback right back to the mound, and Rudd will just underhand toss to first for out 1.
Yeah, that was just barely slow enough to where Rudd could react to it and stick his glove out there. If that had been a little bit stronger hit off of Wilcox's bat, that would have gone off the mound and probably been an infield hit. But a tough break. These Miners have been no hit in the last 6 innings. Since that first frame, they have not gotten really anything going with their bats.
Now it's Nick Bisaccia to the plate, and that one finds the top corner of the zone. Right side, count goes to 0-1. Bisaccia with a 5-3 ground out and flew out to right field in his last at-bat. Here's a fly ball into center, and this one is going to sit down. It goes off the glove of Zane Kelly, and Bisaccia is on to first with a single.
Yeah, I got afraid for a second that he was going to try and go for second on that if he hadn't seen exactly where the ball was. That was a diving attempt there by Zane Kelly. He actually got way closer to making the catch than I thought he would, but it went off his glove, and that is the first hit allowed in this game by the Bucs since the first inning. Nick Bisaccia on with a single, and all of a sudden, a little bit of life. The tying run comes to the plate.
That will send on Kellen Strohmeyer. And like you mentioned, the tying run at the plate. This pitch is high and outside, ball 1. Strohmeyer has forced 2 consecutive walks in his first at-bat, or in his first and second at-bats, but those were both against Chad Gurnea. Count is 1-0. Pitch on the way. This is a fly ball out to center, and it sits down in front of Kelly once again. Runners on first and second for Mat-Su. 2 straight center field singles.
That was weird. I honestly thought that ball was much more catchable for Zane Kelly out there in center than the last one. The last one he laid out for and nearly got it. This one I feel like if he had dove for, he might have come up with it, but he misjudged it, let it bounce right in front of him, and all of a sudden, back-to-back hits. This Miners offense has been dormant for so long, but Riker Scow, who has been one for clutch extra base hits the last week or so, comes to bat against Andrew Rudd. This is the first time since the first inning as well that there have been multiple men on base at the same time for the Miners. This is as good a chance as they've had all game.
A 7th inning flurry by Mat-Su, and now Riker Scow trying to add to that. Back-to-back singles with 1 out, and a chance to add to it here. Pitch from Rudd. Scow fouls it back into the net. Count goes to 0-1 quickly. Riker Scow laid down a sac bunt in his last at-bat.
The man out of BYU, 135 hitter, 4 runs batted in on the year.
0-1 count. Rudd the pitch. It's high and inside it goes. Count goes to 1-1.
Great take there by the BYU Cougar. A good eye to let that one go just inside. The umpire has been pretty narrow on that strike zone all day.
Good work by Riker Scow, and this one is in the zone. Count goes to 1-2 as it just caught the corner.
This is a big spot here for Mat-Su. Don't want to make this second out. It will bring it up to the top of the order as long as Scow doesn't ground into a double play. But you want something productive here.
1-2 count. Pitch on the way, and it's not going to find the zone. Count goes to 2-2.
Ooh.
That was very close, though.
That looked like pretty much the exact same pitch as the last one, but this time it's just outside.
The 2-2, Riker Scow being very patient with this at-bat, trying to deliver. This is a bouncing ball towards second. That's one out. Throw to first, and that's going to be the game. The Anchorage Bucs will end the game with a double play, and they will win by a score of 2-0 in 7 innings over the Mat-Su Miners. They take game 1, and they extend their lead in the ABL standings over the second-place Miners, and Mat-Su has lost their first game in 3 games. A tough way to end it out, but a tough fight all the way through, and Mat-Su will get another chance in about 45 minutes.
Yep, just as you said, 45 minutes from now, which will be about 6:20-ish, the second half of the doubleheader will get started. We're going to kick it to a break here, but don't go anywhere, or you can go anywhere actually, since you know you have that 45-minute number. You can just come back to the stream. We'll keep it running in the meantime, and we'll have more action between the Miners and the Bucs coming your way.
We'll be right back right after this. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Don't go anywhere, folks.
back inside the confines of Mulcahy Stadium in Anchorage, Alaska for the second half of this doubleheader between the Anchorage Bucs and your Mat-Su Miners. As you can see, the remnants of the scoreboard from Game 1 just getting changed. The Bucs won the first leg of this two-game affair by a score of 2-0. They expand their lead in the ABL standings to 3.5 games over Mat-Su, but the Miners can bring it back to the margin it started the day at with a win today against Zan Rose, a pitcher that has performed pretty well against the Miners so far this season, and this Bucs offense. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons, as always, the voices of the Mat-Su Miners. Thank you to all 43 of you who kept the browser tab open and hoping to tell your friends that the game is back, starting off momentarily. It will be Drake Kerr, Blake Baltz, Kyle McCausland, Christian Perez, Dom Patrizzi, Chase Wilcox, Ryan Cochran, Kellen Strohmeyer, and Nick Bisaccia, the 9-man lineup for the Miners, facing off against Zan Rose.
Zan Rose, the right-handed redshirt freshman out of Tampa, Florida, plays for Winthrop, and he has played against Mat-Su this season. 3 appearances, a 2-0 record, 16 innings pitched. He's allowed 1 earned run, a .56 earned run average. He's going to be a tough ask for Mat-Su today.
I believe that earned run was against the Miners. That he pitched in that 9-0 win that the Bucs had at Herman Brothers Field a couple weeks ago. That dropped their record down to, I believe, 5-7. He will get another crack at the Miners in his home ballpark, but Drake Kerr and this Miners lineup hoping that today will be different. They ended that game with a little bit of momentum, stranding a couple runners on base in that top of the 7th inning. So you're just hoping it will carry over.
And remember, Drake Kerr in his first at-bat of last game, he laid down a bunt single, so he's definitely got the ability to do that against the Bucs. Let's see if he can do it here against Rose.
Rose getting ready to fire, the righty out of Winthrop. Starts Kerr off with a ball that gets away from the new catcher, Andrew Lamb. It's a perfect segue into the new defense for the Anchorage Bucs. Tommy Eisenstadt into the lineup as the first baseman. Peyton Noel stays at second. Will Burns stays at short. Josh Hankins at third. The outfield from left to right, Ryan Callahan, Max Ross, Cade Lacey, and Andrew Lamb taking over for Brody Briggs. He is doing the catching for Rose.
We just saw Drake Kerr go over to the dugout there.
I don't know if he had to get a new bat or something.
I believe he swapped out bats,
chipped
yes.
one. All right. So perhaps some luck incoming. The Miners have finally lost with their Star-Spangled jerseys on, but considering I don't believe they brought another pair with them, they're going to have to keep on trucking with those. They were 3-0 since the 4th of July in those red, white, and blue jerseys.
Would they have worn them all the way throughout the rest of the season? If they had not lost another game, I guess they would have had to wear them the rest of the year.
They definitely would. Baseball players are a superstitious breed. Swing and a miss by Kerr, 1 and 2.
Yeah, it was going to happen eventually, but those jerseys had brought Mat-Su a lot of success since July 4th. But hopefully they'll get a nice potential swan song right here against the Bucs by pulling out another victory.
1 and 2 from Rose. Off the end of the bat by Kerr. You know, perhaps it's also a strategy to say, well, you know, if you beat me in our red, white, and blue jerseys, you know, you may have won the battle, but, you know, who are you to beat the team that is more American than you, you know? I think that was funny. 1 and 2. That's outside. We've got some more classic rock playing in our ears. Renegade by Styx. Currently the selection because the soundboard is picking up a local radio station.
Yep, still is. It's been doing that since the first game, and whenever we come to Mulcahy, it seems to be a common theme.
That is in, Joe, just outside. Zan Rose thought it was in for strike 3, but instead it'll bring the count full. Rose has to do a little lap around. I see you're talking in the chat there. We will do another standings break later on in the game for those of you who weren't around for the first leg of the doubleheader. Not much has changed aside from the result of this game. Payoff pitch from Rose. And that's into left field, dropping down, and that will be down for a base hit. For the second straight game, Drake Kerr leads off with a single, and the Miners' momentum seems to have carried over.
Yeah, and this time a bit more dramatic. He puts one into left center field and right over the head of the shortstop, Will Burns. Max Ross doing what he could to come over and take away that baseball, but couldn't get to it in time. A nice leadoff single for Mat-Su, and exactly what they need offensively to get things going early.
So now it will be Blake Baltz taking over the second spot in the order. The catcher did not play in game one.
I don't know if you folks can notice, but it's gotten a lot darker. The clouds have overtaken the space around Mulcahy.
Runner goes, throw down by Lamb, and not in time. In with the stolen bases, Drake Kerr. He was able to deftly slide around the tag. The throw beat him, but that is not all it takes sometimes to throw out Drake Kerr on the base paths.
Yeah, that was very close. We actually saw something similar, and I'm sure you'll know about this as well, Charlie, in the Red Sox-Yankees game last night. Players sliding into base, even though the throw beat them, able to extend out their hand in the nick of time and steal the base from that. So that was a great job by Drake Kerr. And to finish what I was talking about earlier, it's not only gotten darker, but the wind is picking up a little bit here in Anchorage as well. We'll see if that impacts the game in any huge capacity.
Yeah, you can see the flagpole out there. It's blowing pretty hard out to left field. So that could, if you can give a ball a ride, that could potentially be trouble for those fielders out there. Baltz with an 0-1 coming his way. That pitch was a strike that Andrew Lamb chucked down to second base. And Rose will try to tack on one more here. Instead, he'll hit it up the middle. Baltz does, right at the center fielder, however. That one just had a little bit more on it than Kerr's hit, and Max Ross pulls it in for out number one.
Yeah, the wind may have had an impact on that baseball, too. It stayed up in the same sort of direction for quite a bit. Ross able to bring it down. Tough out there, but a nice bit of contact by Blake Baltz. And early on, Matsu getting a couple of baseballs into the outfield. A good sign for their overall power early on in this game.
This is definitely more quality contact than they got against Chad Gurnia in the early goings of the first leg of this doubleheader, which is surprising considering Rose has been so effective against these minors. Kyle McCausland will bat with a man on second and one away. Drake Kerr angling to run, but instead he is lucky to not get doubled off there, as that is a rocket hit right at the second baseman Knowles. Kerr was lucky to scamper back to second base, coming to an end, but as it is, a couple of unlucky outs for the Miners.
Yeah, but more good quality contact. This time McCausland lines one right to the second baseman Knowles. I'll tell you what, Matsu is taking advantage early on. I like the way that they're getting this baseball off the bat right now. This is a very positive sign for their hopes of scoring more runs in this game.
This is taken high by Christian Perez, the designated hitter. Was hitless, as many of his Miners compatriots were in the first game, but coming off a game against the Oilers where his two-run home run was the difference at a 2-1 nail-biter win. 1-0 from Rose. 1-1 from Rose is in tight. He's lucky that didn't get a piece of Christian Perez. I think we might have had a stream hiccup there, but we're all back. 2-1 from Zan Rose, the Winthrop Eagle.
Remember, Perez hit a home run yesterday, and this win being what it is could help him today as well.
Instead, that's low. Battle between an Eagle and a future Hornet. It's interesting, the food chain dynamics at play here. Christian Perez, a former Grand Canyon antelope. And imagine, don't know who would win in that battle between those two animals, but I'll go ahead and end that metaphor here. 3-1. That's tagged foul off to the left side. And sometimes you gotta end a bit while you can.
There's a lot of battles potentially in the animal kingdom. There was actually a book I had when I was younger. My mom might remember me reading this one. It was an animal battle book. You would pit animals against each other. I got it from the book fair back at Van Buren County High School. Yes.
I might know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think I might have owned that book as well when I was a kid.
Man, that was the stuff back in the day.
Payoff pitch by Rose. Runner goes. That's high for ball 4. Throw comes into third, not in time. Drake Kerr has himself a seat 90 feet away from pay dirt, and Christian Perez joins him on the base paths. A 2-out walk issued by Zan Rose, and the Miners are not done yet here in the first.
Yeah, we saw Chad Gurnea issue quite a few walks in the first game, and now we're seeing the first walk from Zan Rose. Matsu with an opportunity to capitalize, and we've seen how good they can be with 2 outs before. Perez on to first, and now we'll see if Dom Patrizzi can help Matsu to potentially score. With Kerr's speed, it's not going to take much, especially with him at third base, and we know Patrizzi is certainly capable of extra base hitting.
Dom now, the 5-hitter, was up at second behind Drake Kerr in game 1, but Tyler Brunn shuffles his lineup around a bit, and it means that Patrizzi now is the man. taking one pitch high. As you mentioned, Zan Rose has allowed just one earned run the entire season, in danger of doubling that total here.
Yeah, he's trying a lot of fastballs early on, elevated fastballs, and Matsu's been able to capitalize on a lot of those pitches. They've just found a way to get on top of Zan Rose's pitches early on.
1-0, and that's outside that time. Rose having trouble finding the strike zone, which bodes well for the Miners.
Yeah, this time he tries the breaking ball outside. Patrizzi able to read that, lets it go by. Already to a 2-0 count, and if Rose were to walk Patrizzi, who's been known to generate those, it would load the bases for Matsu.
2-0. That one finds the zone right down the middle. This time it's an avian battle, the Hawk versus the Mountain Hawk. Winthrop versus Lehigh. I think the Mountain Hawk would have the advantage. At the very least, they'd have the home territory advantage.
Yes.
We do have mountains around. That is chipped foul by Patrizzi, 2-2.
We've got a mule coming up next in the order. How'd that battle go?
I don't know. I feel like anything that can't fly, I think the Hawk could just kind of
Wear it down?
death by a thousand cuts. Yeah, just kind of annoy it and
Use Brave Bird?
right.
Yeah. My Pokemon fans will get that reference.
Well, that damages the user too.
That's
though.
true. That's true. It's kind of a risky maneuver.
Yeah. 2-2. Runner goes to second. Patrizzi spoils it. One hit for the Miners so far. Drake Kerr leading off the game with a single. The ultimate spark plug he is. Christian Perez drew a walk after 2 more outs, and that is where we stand. Now the catcher, Andrew Lamb, relaying some signals.
And right now, Matsu is just really applying pressure on Zan Rose. If it hadn't been for those couple of lineouts, they probably would have already scored a run.
Every batter has gotten some solid contact,
Right.
or they've gotten a free pass.
We know Patrizzi can definitely do that, and it could go all the way over the wall.
2-2 from Rose. Cutting a miss. He got him. The catcher pumps his fist on. Patrizzi is down on strikes, and Zan Rose gets out of it. Still, the Miners showing some life here in the top of the first, and hope they'll carry that over into the rest of the game. Bottom one coming right up. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. On the other side of that short break, we're on to the bottom of the first. Miners are not able to score in their first frame, and Rocco Bernardina on to try and make sure the Bucs will do the same.
Yeah, Rocco Bernardina back on the mound for Matsu. He has been incredible this year for the Miners. Redshirt sophomore out of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. 4 appearances on the year, a 2-1 record, 16 innings pitched, 12 hits, 4 earned runs given up, a 2.25 ERA, and 16 strikeouts. He's been known to deliver quite a few Ks in one game. I believe he already has one 10K performance under his belt, and wouldn't be shocked if he could give us something similar here tonight.
He'll be facing a lineup of Cole Carlone, Will Burns, Andrew Lamb, Tommy Eisenstadt, Ryan Callahan, Josh Hankins, Max Ross, Peyton Knowles, and Cade Lacey. The 9-man unit for the Bucs, and the defense around him will have Chase Wilcox kicked over to first with Don Patrizzi at second, his Lehigh teammate Ryan Cochran the shortstop, and Nick Bisaccia over to third. The outfield from left to right, Kyle McCausland, Drake Kerr, Kellen Strohmeyer, and Blake Baltz doing the catching for the Kent State Golden Flash, who, as dazzling as he will be watched to pitch, he kind of breaks our animal versus animal game here, because I don't know how you deal with the embodiment of light itself.
Yes, a golden flash. I don't think there's any beating a golden flash.
I agree, and we'll see how the Anchorage Bucs do against the cosmic power that moniker holds. Cole Carlone did pretty well for himself in the first half of this doubleheader with a pair of hits off of Tucker Timmerman. He's swinging at the first pitch, tags one out to deep left field, going back Kyle McCausland, and that's over the fence. A first pitch home run by Cole Carlone. And the Anchorage Bucs waste no time reminding everyone who the superior offense is today.
My goodness, I'm in shock. Cole Carlone absolutely blistered that thing to left up over the head of McCausland. One pitch, one home run for the Bucs just like that. That is a very odd thing to see off the hand of Rocco Bernardina. And the Bucs are just picking up where they left off now.
Yeah, the third home run allowed by the Miners so far this season, and now that one's hit well off of Rocco Bernardina, and that will fly just foul off to the left side of the field. Kyle McCausland had a lot of ground to cover. That was Will Burns tagging that one deep down the left field line, and we thought the Miners had some quality contact in the early goings here. Rocco Bernardina has thrown 2 pitches and very nearly allowed 2 home runs.
My gracious, 2 in a row. That is unbelievable, the contact they're making off of some of these pitches. Rocco going to have to settle in a hurry because Anchorage is dialed in right now.
Imagine that would rattle you after something like that. 1-1 coming, and that will be a strike. Will Burns could not hold up.
Well, if there's one guy who's got the mental toughness to overcome that kind of start, it's Rocco Bernardina. He's shown it all year long. In many ways, he's a leader for this staff. Here comes the pitch.
Swing and a miss. He got him strike 3. A great recovery from a very nearly disastrous start. Not the best start, of course, but avoids allowing 2 back-to-back extra base hits, gets Will Burns to go down on strikes. And like you said, we talked to Rocco a couple times this season. He's an emotional leader for this squad. Back when the going was tough down in Kenai, he was a persistent positive voice in that locker room, keeping guys engaged, telling them to keep their head down, and gives up a fly ball here off the bat of Andrew Lamb that falls into the glove of Drake Kerr. It'll be 2 away. As I was saying, though, Rocco just told him to buckle down, grit your teeth, get through it, and eventually they would get back to their form, and that's exactly what happened. He's going to have to do that in a more micro scale here today if he wants to brush that off and hope that the Miners' offense can kick back into gear, maybe get a few home runs of their own. Pitch 1 comes in, finds the area below the strike zone to Tommy Eisenstadt, 1-0.
Yeah, this wind is really helping the hitters right now on both sides. We've seen so many fly balls into the outfield already, and now the Bucs getting their crack at it. If this keeps up, it could be a very high-scoring game.
I think the Miners actually caught a break because of the wind as the 1-1 pitch comes from Rocco. That's hit into center field as well. This time Kerr's going to have to sprint forward, and McCausland's got it. His hat's off his head, but the ball's in his glove. A 1-2-3 frame after the home run, but Cole Carlone takes the first pitch deep and gives the Miners a 1-0 hole to dig themselves out of. To the second inning we go. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball here on YouTube. On to the second after a wild and wacky first inning here at Mulcahy Stadium between the Anchorage Bucs and the Mat-Su Miners. Both teams got a few good looks at scoring, but it was the Bucs who get on the board first. Cole Carlone, the two-way superstar, isn't going to pitch in either of these games, but has done plenty of damage nonetheless. 2 RBIs in the first game, and he'll add on 1 more here in the evening with a solo home run off of Rocco Bernardino. The Miners will try and tag Zan Rose for a couple more to get back into this game. And they will try and mount that rally starting right now with Chase Wilcox, Ryan Cochran, Kellen Strohmeyer. 6, 7, 8 due up in the Mat-Su Miners half of the second inning. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons, as always, bringing you this action. And it's going to be Chase Wilcox, the Central Missouri Mule, ready to dig in against Zan Rose.
Well, you know, Matsu got a little bit unlucky in the top half of the first. Some of their well-hit balls went right into the glove of Anchorage Bucs fielders. So the hope here is that they can channel some of what the Bucs were able to do in the top half of the first, especially with that home run, and get a couple of deep shots to get down into the outfield.
1-0 pitch coming from the righty. And that does not find the zone. Looked down the middle to me, but Wilcox has a good eye. We've got some foreigner playing in our ears now. Hot-blooded. 2-0 from Rose, and that'll be a 3-0 count on Wilcox. Drew a pair of walks in the first game and might be able to draw one more here.
Hot-blooded. That was a song that played all the time back in Spencer, Tennessee. Senior year of high school.
Down the middle, 3-1.
And you talked about Wilcox's ability to draw walks, and he has certainly displayed it in this doubleheader. Already had one in the first game that helped out the Miners, and now a chance at a second one.
Got a piece of it. Count goes full. Rose in that first inning allowed a single, a walk, a stolen base, but did not allow a run. Payoff pitch from Rose. He deals, and that's strike 3. Dating back to the last inning, second straight K, Wilcox goes down, one away in the second.
Yeah, Wilcox let that one go by, and I think initially he thought it was outside the zone, but looks like it just caught the bottom corner. Wilcox put down on strikes, and not how he wanted to start this off at all, but now we get our first look at Ryan Cochran in today's doubleheader.
Cochran so far for the Miners, hitting 143 in a limited sample size. The newest member of this squad takes a ball that Andrew Lamb can't handle. 5 hits in 2 hits in 14 tries, I was going to say. Has batted in a run. 294 on base percentage. That's high and tight, 2-0.
Yeah, so early on in these counts, we've seen Zan Rose issue some balls, able to recover from it last time against Wilcox, but maybe Cochran can use that to his advantage here.
And that's outside once again, so the second straight 3-0 count. Elsewhere in the ABL, the matchup between the Chinooks and Peninsula Oilers has just gotten underway. They're in the top of the third. Still no score between those two. Peninsula can move into second place with a win today and a pair of Miners losses. Strike 1 comes in to Cochran.
Yeah, and how does Cochran approach this, especially with the command that Rose has showed?
He will take ball 4. So Rose can't get away with it twice. A 1-out walk gets Cochran aboard. Second issued by the man on the mound for the Bucs, and that will bring up Kellen Strohmeyer with one away.
Yeah, a little bit high and outside this time. We saw a similar pitch just before that ended up being a strike, but this one well up and away, enough to send on Cochran to first, and now we'll see if Kellen Strohmeyer can help Matsu with that.
Rose has got to tie his shoe before he faces the Iowa Hawkeye. Nick Bisaccia on deck as the 9-hole hitter. One hit on either side, but the Bucs' hit was a lot more dangerous than the Miners' one. Both of them were leadoff hits. Drake Kerr had a single, respectable one. Cole Carlone, a home run. First pitch fouled off by Strohmeyer, who came into today's doubleheader hitting 209, 2 runs batted in, and 2 doubles.
Former home run record holder at his high school back in Iowa.
Man, we could use one of those right now.
Yeah, we could.
Turn this game on its head.
We know he's shown the ability to before.
Rose leaves one outside. He's working slower now with a man on first, and dating back to the first inning, still struggling to find that zone.
Yeah, he's working a bit more cautiously, it seems like, just to make sure that he doesn't send Ryan Cochran any further on. Trying to make sure that the Miners, who are known for stealing bases, don't steal another one.
Oh, they're going to try. Swing and a miss by Strohmeyer, and down to second goes Cochran. The ball was bobbled a bit by Lamb and no throw attempted. So Cochran's got his first steal in a Miners uniform.
Second straight inning, the Miners have had a runner in scoring position as well. They were unsuccessful last time, but here with one out, maybe they can turn the page with Strohmeyer, who already had an RBI last Friday against the Pilots. Maybe he can keep that going right here.
1-2 from Zan Rose. Eyeing Ryan Cochran, now dealing to Strohmeyer, and that's right down the middle for strike 3, 2 away.
Yeah, that's now 3 strikeouts total in the game for Zan Rose, and another one looking kind of like what we saw with Chase Wilcox, this one a bit more down, and Strohmeyer just knew immediately. He watched that go by, and it was a pretty clear strikeout. Rose is proving himself to be a very tough person to go up against for Matsu.
Nick Bisaccia, the 9-hole hitter, will bat with a man on second and 2 away. The third baseman out of Seton Hall. Swing and a miss for the Pirate, matching up against the Bucs.
45 at-bats entering the day, 10 hits, 5 RBIs, and a .340 on-base percentage.
I suppose Nick Bisaccia is not the Pirate on this team.
Not the Pirate.
Being from Seton Hall.
But he is a Pirate.
Belongs to someone else. You can find that out if you go to our YouTube channel. Swing and a miss off the end of the bat into foul ground. Eisenstadt, he's got it in foul territory for out number 3. So for the second straight inning, Miners threaten, but for the second straight inning, they do not cash in. We head to the Bucs half of the second inning. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. On to the bottom of the second here at Mulcahy Stadium, the crossroads of the world, Anchorage, Alaska, home of the Anchorage Bucs and the Matsu Miners, who cross against each other as the 2 top teams in the Alaska Baseball League. The Bucs will be 1 and the Miners 2, regardless of how this game shakes out. But Matsu wants to keep that deficit manageable and score their first win of the season against the ABL's top team. Rocco Bernardino on for his second inning of work against Ryan Callahan, Josh Hankins, and Max Ross, hoping to avoid a start to an inning like the one he had in the first, and he's already doing better as that pitch is outside the strike zone, but also in the ballpark to Ryan Callahan.
Yeah, gave up that leadoff home run to Cole Carlone in the bottom half of the first, but after that he recovered nicely, had a couple of, or rather one strikeout and a couple of flyouts, so he was able to put that behind him in a hurry, and he's going to need to keep doing that here in the bottom of the second.
3-0 for Bernardina, facing off against the left fielder Ryan Callahan.
Tied for the 4th best on-base percentage in the ABL.
And that will be ball 4, a 4-pitch leadoff walk. All the pitches were close to the zone, but none of them found it. And Rocco Bernardino will have to deal with a base runner for the first time.
Something we haven't, or rather we've talked about today, but haven't really put in perspective. The Bucs have the top 5 on-base percentages in the Alaska Baseball League. You got Kelly, Lamb, Eisenstadt, and Callahan, who all reach on base just about as well as anybody in the Alaska Baseball League, and that shows just why this offense is as good as it's been and why it's such a tough test for Matsu.
Pitch 1 finds the zone to Josh Hankins, now at third base for the Anchorage Bucs. He reached on an error and walked last game. Also scored a run. Actually, now that will be 0-2. Bottom of the second, a runner on first and none out. Rocco Bernardina trying to keep the deficit at 1. Matsu offense has been stymied so far, but they've come close, and their pitching has given them a pretty good shot at it. That one's left outside. Allowing 2 runs in a game is, not as much as many pitchers in the ABL routinely give up, and only one of those runs was earned. That was in the first half of the doubleheader. As that is in for strike 3, Rocco Bernardina's got his second K, and down goes Josh Hankins.
Beautiful strikeout looking that time by Rocco. Put it in a little bit high towards the right side of the zone and put it in perfectly. That's one of his trademark pitches, and he could not have placed it any better. That's a big first out as he gets ready for Max Ross.
Ross will bat with 1 away, the center fielder. Ryan Callahan still at first. Rocco, right down the middle.
Going back to that fastball once again and elevating it just a little bit to where it's in the zone but not up above the zone. And Ross having to let it go by. That's what Matsu needs a lot more of as this game moves forward.
High and tight. 1-1, the count from Bernardina to Ross. Bucs had that blast of a home run on the first pitch of the game. Will Burns nearly hit a second one. It just arced foul on the second pitch of the game. Since then, they have not recorded a hit. 1-1. And Rocco Bernardina, as you mentioned before, seems to be settling in a bit. Shaking off the terrifying start to this game, and he's going to cool off a little bit, allow his offense a chance to warm up.
First time we've seen Max Ross up to bat in this game, and in this doubleheader, as a matter of fact.
That one's just left low. On a curveball, Max Ross did not bite.
Out of Woodside, California, but he plays for Canada College, which is not in Canada, but that is the name of it. And while there, he was great this past season, but didn't face anybody quite like Rocco Bernardina.
2-2, and he struck him out. Max Ross goes down. 2 straight Ks for Rocco Bernardina. He seems to have finally found his groove. 2 down in the bottom of the second with Peyton Knowles at the bat.
Yeah, again, he just is able to place that one in so well. This time it's not quite as fast as his initial strikeout in this inning against Hankins, but still placed it about as well as you could ask, and that is a big second out.
Runner thought about going, and Peyton Knowles spoils it. It was funny. Ryan Callahan took off for second and then seemed to think better of it as the pitch was being thrown, so he had to kind of stagger to a stop and scamper back. 0-1. Skips in the dirt. Baltz throws down to first, and he nearly had the out. If that throw had been a little bit lower, then Chase Wilcox definitely would have applied the tag. Good heads-up fielding there by Baltz, though.
Yeah, he's been known
ball in front of him.
He's been known to throw out runners before, and he almost had it right there. If it had come in a little bit sooner, he may have had a chance to take out Callahan.
1 on, 2 out. 1-1 from Bernardina is just inside.
And right now, I think Rocco wants to make sure to end this inning right here. He doesn't want to see that top of the order again, which gave him a lot of trouble to start things off with Carlone and company.
He's got another 3-ball count here, however. Had that 4-pitch leadoff walk to Ryan Callahan. This count 3-1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
Keep an eye as well. Callahan, he might try to steal second in this situation.
He does not, but instead that's hit into left field. That'll drop down for a base hit. McCausland has it, and he will hold Callahan at second. That's a 2-out single for Knowles, and the Bucs have multiple men aboard.
Yeah, that was a nice slap into left field that time by Knowles, right over the head of Cochran. Nothing that McCausland could do about it. That's not much you have to say about that one. Just a perfect spot on the baseball field, and Matsu unable to keep him from getting on base.
Cade Lacey batting ninth out in right field. With a couple men on, Bernardina going to have to get out of this jam. He does have 2 outs, and the wind is really picking up now. You can see it in his jersey, and you could see it in the trajectory of that pitch as well, because that is a hit by pitch arcing to the similar direction that the wind is blowing. That will load the bases with 2 outs.
Yeah, that one was caught by the wind. I think we could both agree. That was a attempted inside breaking ball, and Lacey kind of just able to watch that thing come in and make contact with him. And now Cole Carlone heading to the plate, and we know the danger that he can present. So this is going to be very crucial for Rocco to try to keep under consideration.
He had 2 hits in game 1 and a home run so far today. He has seen exactly 1 Rocco Bernardina offering, and that was all he needed to get his Bucs on the board. Bernardina's got his work cut out for him. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and perhaps the most terrifying hitter in all of the Alaska Baseball League at the plate. 0-1. That's just low underneath the zone.
You see Rocco working fast here, kind of like what we saw Tucker Timmerman do midway through the first game, switching up his approach just a little bit.
He deals a 1-1. That's chopped foul. Callahan at third, Knowles at second, and Cade Lacey at first. Rocco has allowed a hit, a walk, a hit by pitch, and a pair of strikeouts in this inning. He is 1 strike away from striking out the side. The 1-2. Inside. Cole Carlone with a 2-2 count. Bernardina to get out of the inning. Instead, that's going to be on the ground, fielded by the shortstop Cochran. A nice stop, but there's nowhere he can go with it. He kept it from going into the outfield and probably saved a run, but he didn't save the inning. Callahan comes around to score. That'll be an RBI single for Cole Carlone, and he's got his 4th RBI today. 2-0 Bucs.
Yeah, put that one perfectly into left field on the ground, and like you mentioned, it was a great job by Cochran to get that with his glove hand and keep it from going any further on into the outfield, but he was in probably the worst possible spot with nowhere to go, and the Bucs able to score a run.
The infield was in, so he had a lot of ground to cover. Strike 1 comes into Will Burns, who struck out swinging back in the first. Bernardina, bases still loaded and still 2 outs. All this damage has come with 2 outs in this inning. 1-1 now from the Kent State man, still working quickly. And that will be in for strike number 2. Will Burns could not hold up.
Nice placement in the lower part of the zone that time. Now he's got to finish the job against Burns.
1-2.
That went all the way towards the concourse area and almost towards a few fans out there. That thing had some extra speed on it. Glad it didn't make contact with anybody because it was in a very disadvantageous position.
1-2, off to a similar spot. That one's off into the parking lot. There are a few Bucs fans here, and they are loud underneath our press box in the box seats. Another 1-2 from Bernardina is high. Now with Knowles, Lacey, and Carlone, the 3 occupants of these Mulcahy Stadium base paths, 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him down on strikes. Swinging for the 2nd time is Will Burns, and he will leave the bases loaded. A run does come in to score, but that could have been a lot worse for the Mat-Su pitching staff. They got to get their offense into gear, though, and if they do in the next couple innings, it'll be Dylan Simmons' voice to narrate it. Top of the 3rd coming right up. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball here on YouTube.
Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this evening. This is the Miners versus the Bucs in Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Miners down 2-0 to Anchorage after giving up a run in the bottom half of the second, but the Miners offense looking to rebound. Drake Kerr making his way to the plate. 1, 2, 3 a due up in the order for Mat-Su. It'll be Drake Kerr, Blake Bolts, and Kyle McCausland against Zan Rose.
And they've had their chances against Zan Rose. So the umpire's got to clean off home plate real quick here. But Kerr, of course, led this game off with a single. The only hit that Rose has allowed thus far, but he has allowed a runner in scoring position in each of the first 2 innings he's played.
Looks like Tyler Brunn having a conversation with the home plate umpire about something. Play has not even started yet in the top of the third. And already a conversation being had.
Not entirely sure what the issue could be. Umpire is explaining something. Coach LeBrun does not seem happy about it, whatever it is.
And Coach LeBrun obviously never afraid to share his opinion on something. We might have to get the full story on that situation later. But as for right now, we will resume play. Drake Kerr at the plate. Mat-Su down 2-0. They have 1 hit so far, and it came from Kerr. Trying to get his second single here. It's a swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strike. Count goes to 0-1.
The Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islander has been solid today. Had that bunt. Also has drawn a walk and, of course, had that single earlier today.
Kerr shows bunt, laid down across the third base line. Throw to first off balance, and in time. My gracious, what a throw by Josh Hankins. Able to retire Drake Kerr. That looked for sure like it would be his second straight single.
Yeah, not much you can say about that. Just an incredible play, no matter which side you're on, by Josh Hankins, throwing as he's falling down. Perfectly finds the glove of Eisenstadt. 9 times out of 10, Drake Kerr makes it, but that was unfortunately the one in which he did not.
So Blake Bolts now to the plate after what looked like a sure single for Kerr. Bolt's going to try to pick up where he left off. 1 out here, and that's in the zone. Count goes to 0-1. Zan Rose so far in the game with 3 total strikeouts on the Miners.
Bolts had a line out back in the first inning. It was a weird little knuckling liner that fell right into the center fielder's glove. Part of a few hard hit balls off of Rose in that opening frame.
Yeah, lined it right to Max Ross last time. But if he can make contact like that again, it may be a different story. Could get it in the gap. 1-1. This ball is popped up and fouled. Count goes to 1-2 for the UCLA Bruin.
Kyle McCausland on deck. It's always a dangerous part of this order.
That it is. Bolt's working as the catcher for this game. He's already almost thrown out 1 guy. And we could see that before this game is over as well, but trying to make an impact with his bat here. Here's a bouncing ball to second, picked up, thrown to first easily, 4-3 put out, and 2 away now. It was Peyton Knowles and Tommy Eisenstadt who were able to get the out.
Yeah, they started off by getting some really solid contact off of Rose, but these last couple batters have just had a couple weak ground balls. Not what you want to see if you're the Miners. The offense has been stuck in mud all day, have not scored a run across these 2 games.
Here's a high fly ball deep to center field. It sends Ross back towards the wall, but it stays in the yard. He loses his hat and makes the catch. And that is out number 3 quickly. So a 1-2-3 inning. Mat-Su is down and retired quickly in the top half of the third. We'll be right back for the bottom half of this inning. Mat-Su down 2-0. You're watching Miners Baseball right here on YouTube.
And you'll continue to watch it because we're going to do one more standings check-in in the Alaska Baseball League. For those of you who missed out on it the first time, these numbers aren't exactly right. The Anchorage Bucs are now up to 15-6. The Miners fall to 12-10. So that is now a 3.5 game margin. We'll have to get that updated soon. Other than that, though, everything is the same. Peninsula at 11-11 and Chugiak Eagle River 7-12. Those 2 are playing against each other right now. And the Anchorage Glacier Pilots at 9-15. So state of affairs pretty similar. Miners really need this game, though, if they want to have any real chance of tracking down the Anchorage Bucs in the standings, because, of course, in the immediate sense, they're going to be behind by 4.5 games if they lose, but they'll also be 0-4 against the Bucs in their season series with only 6 games left to play. So very little chance of them snagging that tiebreaker.
Yeah, there's only so many games left in the season, like you mentioned, Charlie, and Mat-Su is going to run out of time if they can't win today. This may be their last best chance to potentially pull even or get close to pulling even with the Anchorage Bucs. Time will tell on that front, as Rocco Bernardina is going to stay out for Mat-Su here in the bottom half of the third inning. The Miners will have a day off tomorrow before playing the Anchorage Glacier Pilots this upcoming Wednesday. That will be back at Herman Brothers Field, 6 o'clock start time. Then the Miners will head back here to Mulcahy to play the Pilots on Thursday before having a day off. And then the Anchorage Adult League comes to Herman Brothers Field for an exhibition game. And then we'll get back to regularly scheduled baseball on the 15th when the Miners come back here to play the Bucs.
And that will be the first of 10 games over the course of 9 days for the Mat-Su Miners, now with a doubleheader at home against the Chinooks because of Saturday's game that got rained out. So that will be a brutal gauntlet for them that will make or break their season.
Andrew Lamb at the plate. This is a bunt that is going to finally roll foul. Boy, that one waited about as long as possible before finally rolling to the outside of the third base line, and a fortuitous foul for Mat-Su.
That was a really good bunt in theory. If the infield had been dirt, that definitely would not have rolled foul. But considering that they're playing on turf, Andrew Lamb's home ballpark comes back to bite him. That ball's going to roll for a lot longer, and this time it rolls a bit to the Miners' side of the foul line.
Yeah, not as much friction on this turf field as that pitch comes in for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 for Bernardina. May be able to capitalize on that foul ball from Lamb and get another strikeout right here. He already has a total of 4 of them in this game. Here's a foul ball towards the Miners' dugout, and the count stays at 0-2.
Lamb has flied out to center field so far today. He, along with Tommy Eisenstadt, is due up. Both victims of flyouts in that first inning.
0-2, and that's low for ball 1. Balt's doing a good job of keeping the baseball in front of him.
The leadoff man has come around to score in both innings for the Bucs so far today. Of course, Cole Carlone got himself there with the home run, but Ryan Callahan with a leadoff walk in the second.
Here's a chopper right side that's fouled to the right of the first base bag, and the count will stay at 1-2. Andrew Lamb doing what he can to challenge Rocco Bernardina, but so far it's a stalemate.
The Miners pitchers have done much better against these Bucs batters in this doubleheader than they have prior.
Ground ball to second, picked up and thrown to first. It'll be in time for a 4-3. Don Patrizzi able to get it to Wilcox, 1 away.
Nice play there by Patrizzi, fielding the weird carom off the mound in the turf. You never quite know where the ball's going to bounce, but he got it in his glove and made the play. As I was saying, though, the last 2 games these Miners have played against the Bucs, they've allowed 10 runs and 9 runs. In the first half of the 7-inning doubleheader, they allowed 2, and so far they've only allowed 2 in this one as well. So the pitchers are doing their job, as they have so many times these last few games. But the hitters have to do their part, hold up their end of the bargain if they want to come away with the split.
Tommy Eisenstadt to the plate, and this pitch comes in high. Count goes to 1-1. Eisenstadt's been a solid player in his own right this year for the Bucs. They have a wealth of talented offensive players. We've seen it all day long, but there's a strike by Bernardina. The count goes to 1-2.
Eisenstadt had a fly out back in the first. One of 3 balls allowed by Rocco Bernardina that left the infield.
The 1-2. This ball's popped up into space, coming back down into foul territory. Baltz wants it, makes the catch. 2 away.
Fortuitous turn of events there by the Miners off the bat of Eisenstadt. Got a couple easy outs here, and that strikeout to leave the bases loaded in the second inning. They've gotten 3 straight Bucs down. Batters 2 through 4 in this order are now combined 0 of 6. It was Callahan who drew that leadoff walk back in the second inning, later came around to score. So Bernardina's got some places to shore up.
And that's going to be a hit by pitch. It caught Callahan in the back right between the 1 and the 7 on his uniform. And he's on to first base with a 2-out hit by pitch by Rocco.
That's the second hit by pitch issued by Bernardina, and that one clearly just got away from him. It went behind Callahan. I don't think he could have avoided it if he tried.
Second straight time that Ryan Callahan has gotten on base in this game. That'll send on Josh Hankins, who struck out looking last time, to Rocco. 2 outs. Bernardino needs just one more to bring this game to the fourth. This pitch is high, ball 1.
That just missed.
That it did. It was very, very close to catching that top corner of the zone. Let's see if he tries that again. Taking his time. 1-0 count. And there's a strike. 1-1.
Bernardino is cruising a bit more here. He had a flash of it back in the second inning with 2 straight strikeouts where it looked like he was really in his groove, and then game got away from him a little bit, but we know him as someone who can gut through some jams, and he'll give up a run here and there, but he'll always give you a lot of solid innings, and he'll give you a chance as long as your offense can close the deal.
After that one's fouled back, it's a 1-2. And this is going to be a ground ball foul to the left of the third base bag, and the count stays at 1-2 for Hankins. Working as the third baseman in this game. Hankins, the junior out of Boothwyn, Pennsylvania, plays for Gonzaga. 35 at-bats entering this game. He was the number 28 shortstop in Pennsylvania out of high school, according to Perfect Game. 1-2, and Bernardino gets the punch out. And that will end the bottom half of the third inning. So the Bucs, for the first time here in game number 2 of the doubleheader, held scoreless by Rocco Bernardino and the Mat-Su defense. We'll be right back for the top half of the fourth. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Welcome back to Mulcahy Stadium. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call, and Zan Rose still on the mound, and he has certainly had his thorns against Mat-Su. This is going to look to change that. Pops this one up fouled. Count goes to 0-1. This is the top half of the fourth inning in Game 2 of today's Bucs Miners doubleheader.
And Perez had a walk back in the first inning, got him on base along with Drake Kerr, but was not able to do anything with it.
And another foul ball. Left side this time. Count goes to 0-2. The wind still working pretty consistently here in Anchorage right now. You can see it brushing off the players' uniforms. So the 0-2 coming up for Perez. And he watches that go in high. And it went off of Christian Perez, who was just standing in the batter's box. The catcher, Andrew Lamb, was trying to throw it back to Rose. And there was a nice little exchange between those two. Lamb trying to see if Perez was okay.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that a few times. I'm honestly not sure that doesn't happen more. Or I'm surprised, rather, that doesn't happen more. If the batter is just a little bit slow getting out of their stance and the catcher winds back to throw.
1-2 count. Rose taking his time. Pitch on the way. This is a liner that is caught immediately by the first baseman, Tommy Eisenstadt. One down quickly for Mat-Su. Another unlucky piece of hitting for the Miners.
Well, once again, Drake Kerr led off this game with a hit, and the Miners have not recorded one since. A pair of walks is all the pressure they have applied in the recent goings here. Don Patrizzi going to try and change that. He struck out in the first with Drake Kerr 90 feet away.
Matsu needs Lucky the Leprechaun right now to work in their favor. Patrizzi at the plate swings and misses, and the count goes to 0-1. Patrizzi struck out swinging in his first at-bat of this game. Trying to reverse that trend right here. We know he's very much capable of getting on base. One of the best on-base percentages in the ABL, but he swings and misses at this pitch, and the count is quickly 0-2.
Is he trying to reach base? Both of those swings were for the fences.
Let's see if he tries that again. Nope, it goes outside and slow for ball one. Patrizzi just lets it go by, and that was a good call.
Patrizzi, the first of 4 out of 5 batters that were retired on strikes by Zan Rose the first time through the order.
Pitch from Rose. Patrizzi with a fly ball into right center, and that's going to be a base hit. It sits down in front of Max Ross, and number 1 is to first base with a 1-out single.
Huge for the Miners. They needed that. They needed to see that they can get it done against Zan Rose if they really want it. Patrizzi, the best on-base percentage man on the Miners, showing his stuff, and he's got himself on base ahead of Chase Wilcox. Can we see some clutch hitting from the Central Missouri man like we've seen so many times this season?
He's come through big for Matsu on several occasions, and this would be one of the biggest to come through for the Miners. Showing bunt, throw back to first, and Patrizzi just got back in time. I mean, it was razor close.
He's got some lucky stars on the back of his jersey, and he is thanking them right now. That was as close as it could have possibly been. The throw from Andrew Lamb was not good. If it had been a little bit closer to the bag, they would have had him out by a mile. That was a pitch out from Rose to Lamb. Miners didn't notice the sign or weren't prepared for it.
This time he gets back to first with no issue, as Rose keeping an eye over there. Count is 1-0. That was a ball on the way on that first pitch on Chase Wilcox. So the 1-0 coming up from Rose. This is inside. The count goes to 2-0.
Wilcox also a strikeout victim, as were Kellen Strohmeyer and Nick Bisaccia, batters 8 and 9. Cochran, who's on deck now, is able to coax a walk. And Wilcox, one of the best at doing that on the team. Did so twice back in game 1.
2-0 count. Wilcox fouls it off, and the count goes to 2-1. Trying to do whatever he can to put himself on base and give his Miners an opportunity at win number 13 on the season. As it stands, they are currently 12-10 overall. A loss would drop them to 12-11 and would potentially tie them with Peninsula Oilers in the standings, although Matsu would hold tiebreaker. So that only underscores the importance of this game. 2-1, Patrizzi's on his way, and this is going to be fouled. Count will go to 2-2.
And the stakes are higher now because Peninsula has jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the 5th inning against Chugach Eagle River. So if the results hold right now, Matsu, at least for the moment, will go back down to 3rd in the Alaska Baseball League. They've dropped, no, you're right. They would drop to exactly tied with Peninsula. They were a game and a half up on them instead of a game coming into today.
2-2 count. This pitch is high and inside. Of course, Matsu doesn't want to be in that position if at all possible. That makes every game that much more important as far as standings are concerned.
More than anything, they just really need a win against Anchorage.
That they do.
The Bucs have had their number this season. They know they can do it. They've come so close. They need to show that it's possible.
3-2 count. Maybe they can do that right here. Patrizzi's on his way, and it doesn't matter. It's going to be a ball. Ball 4, Wilcox on to first base. And Matsu now with 2 runners aboard with 1 out. And there's something cooking in the kitchen here in the top half of the 4th inning. maybe Matsu has the ingredients for a scoring soup.
Well, it's remarkable that similarly performing here Zane Rose is to Chad Gurney as the pitching coach for the Bucs, as well as Andrew Lamb. Going to go out and talk with him. He's allowed a pair of hits, but he's allowed more walks so far than hits, 3 of them. Gurney allowed 4 back in Game 1 against the Miners. And across both of those games, Wilcox has now drawn 3 in total. Ryan Cochran drew 1 back in the second inning. He's got a pair of base runners and just 1 out.
No action in the Bucs bullpen at the moment, so they're going to stick with Rose in this situation. As you'd expect, it is still a pretty... Cochran, the junior out of Lehigh, the newest addition to the Miners, 14 at-bats entering the day, 2 hits, a 143 average, and also a 294 on-base percentage. 1 out here, Patrizzi at second, Wilcox at first. Rose the pitch, and that will be strike 1.
Just on the edge of the zone there, you can see the wind on the back of Cochran's jersey. It is really starting to pick up again here.
That it is. It is pushing into left field right now, which could help him if he can get one towards that area. The 0-1. Cochran, and that's going to be strike 2.
Dotting that outside corner once again. Cochran, a strikeout wouldn't be the worst thing. It would be better than a double play, but that's about it. He really wants to put the ball in play here with 1 out.
He sort of flinched his bat that time, and although he didn't come around, it didn't matter anyway. He probably knew in his heart it was going to be a strike. Now the 0-2 and a swing and a miss. Cochran down on strikes. He lets up the high fastball, and that's now 2 down here in the top half of the 4th inning.
Yeah, and that's just brutal. He got those 2 borderline calls called against him. Had to protect the plate. Probably would not have swung at that if the count wasn't 0-2. He had to make something happen, and that is a critical second out for Zane Rose, and the Bucs. Kellen Strohmeyer's got to be the hero here.
4 strikeouts now for Rose in this game as Strohmeyer makes his way to the plate. And you're right, it's hero time for the Iowa man. Pitches outside, that's ball 1. Of course, Strohmeyer, a lefty batter. We just saw another lefty batter in Chase Wilcox force a walk. Maybe Strohmeyer can do something similar against Rose. Count is 1-0. Strohmeyer looking for his 3rd run batted in of the season. This is an opposite field foul ball. Count will go to 1-1.
And the Bucs do actually have some activity in their bullpen now. The pitcher's wearing a jacket, so I'm not sure who it is, but he is up and throwing. So the Miners have gotten consistent scoring threats against Rose, so the Bucs perhaps just not taking their chances, although their bullpen depth is a bit compromised right now, so we'll have to see what decision gets made here. It'll depend a lot on what happens with this at-bat.
Count's going to stay at 1-1 for the moment as Rose looked back to second to see if he could do anything with Patrizzi. And you're right, the Bucs are keeping a close eye on what happens with Zane Rose in this situation, trying to make sure Matsu doesn't get back in this game. Pitch to Strohmeyer's low. That's going to be ball 2.
Good take by Kellen. That one was down the middle, but worth laying off, and he does so.
He was once the number 4 player in Iowa by Pro Baseball Report. Count is 2-1. Now he's trying to keep that going with the Matsu Miners, working as the right fielder here in this game and looking for a signature shot into the outfield right here. 2-1. Pitch from Rose. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 2-2. Strohmeyer is 1 strike away from being retired and ending the top half of the 4th inning.
Yeah, I got a piece of that. Just not great contact.
So here we go. Another 2-2 for Kellen Strohmeyer. After that one, looking at the home plate umpire and not agreeing, and the score is still going to be 2-0. Matsu puts 2 runners on base, but nothing more. Bucs still on top. We'll be right back for the bottom half of the 4th. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Anchorage, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this evening. Your Miners down 2-0 to the Anchorage Bucs. This is game 2 of today's doubleheader. And right now, the Bucs defense is allowing them to coast with this 2-0 lead, and now they're trying to add on some insurance to that lead as Zane Kelly makes his way to the plate here in the 4th inning.
It's actually going to be...
Or is that Max Ross?
Max Ross, yeah, he's batting... Struck out swinging back in the 2nd. Stream dropped at the end of the previous inning, but Kellen Strohmeyer was rung up looking.
No, I believe that's Zane Kelly. That's number 4.
This pinch hitter, yep. So Kelly in for Max Ross. I assume he'll take over out in center.
And that will be a ball. Count goes to 1-1 for Bernardina. So Kelly taking over for Max Ross. He will, we assume, take his center field spot.
That pitch was a strike, but the umpire was fooled by Blake Baltz being unable to hold on to it. Tough break for Rocco.
And that will be an appeal to third base, and it's going to be called for ball 2.
That looked like a swing too, but Bernardina, that's why he's out there and I'm up here. He knows how to fight through when the calls don't go your way.
And he's going to need to do that right here. The 2-1 for Bernardina. And he finds the zone this time. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get an opening strikeout against Zane Kelly, who is well known for his ability to hit the ball deep. Trying to do that once again. And a swing and a miss. Bernardina able to get him. Throw to first will be in time, and that's strikeout number 1 and out number 1 here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Bernardina picking up right where he left off.
Yeah, he's up to 5 now, and Hankins, Ross, and Kelly, those 6 and 7 spots in the order, have combined for 4 strikeouts. And actually, I misspoke. He's actually up to 6 now. My count was a little bit off.
Pretty impressive mark for Rocco Bernardina at 6, as he's known to do. He can always generate numerous strikeouts, and he's doing that once again, but his Miners are still down 2-0. Count goes to 1-0 here on Peyton Knowles.
He had a single back in the 2nd inning that started that 2-out rally that eventually ended up with Ryan Callahan coming around to score. Knowles was stranded at 3rd when Rocco was able to strike out Will Burns with the bases loaded.
Count is 2-0 here. Here's a comebacker that goes up over the mound towards center field. Throw is in time. Nice play by Dom Patrizzi. A 4-3 put out, and Matsu gets a big out number 2 here in the bottom of the 4th. One of the most impressive defensive plays of the day.
Yeah, he's made a couple spectacular defensive plays at second base in this game. Patrizzi is a second baseman by trade. He's played shortstop a lot this season, but now that his Lehigh teammate Cochran is here, it's allowed him to kick over to the place where he played most of his infield starts at Lehigh, and he's showed that here today.
Yeah, that was very impressive because that ball took a while to get over. Here's a grounder to 3rd. Picked up and thrown by Bisaccia. Wilcox able to scoop it up, and that's going to be out number 3. So the Miners 1-2-3 the Bucs, and the score is still 2-0. The Matsu defense coming to play in the bottom half of the 4th. Now the Bats will look to respond in the top of the 5th. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're live in the crossroads of the world. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this evening. It is the top half of the 5th inning between the Miners and the Bucs. In Game 2 of today's doubleheader, Miners trying to mount a comeback effort, but if they're going to do it, they will have to do it against a new pitcher. Jeremiah Arnett is making his first appearance today.
It's his first appearance of the game, but it is far from his first appearance of the season. 10 times Jeremiah Arnett has come out of the bullpen for the Anchorage Bucs so far. He's a very high-use, high-leverage reliever, and he's clearly earned the trust of his coaching staff. He'll try and justify that against the Miners' bats. So far this season, 14 2/3 innings pitched, has allowed 21 hits, 7 earned runs for a 4.30 ERA, which for someone used primarily as a reliever is pretty mediocre, I would say. But he is, like the pitchers on the roster around him, probably going to get a buff facing off against these Miners. 6'4" righty out of Waco, Texas, Wichita State, at a 4.91 ERA in 14 2/3 innings with the Shockers this past season, his freshman year down in Wichita.
He's going to be making his 10th appearance of the season. That ties Rylan Hayter for the most appearances by any pitcher on the Bucs roster. And he gets his first crack at the Mat-Su Miners here today. This is going to be interesting. The Miners were shut down in the first 4 innings by Zan Rose, but maybe they can crack through the exterior of Arnett and put themselves on the board. If so, we'll start with Nick Bisaccia, who makes his way to the plate. 9-1-2 due up in the order. Bisaccia, Kerr, and Blake Baltz for Mat-Su. Miners are trying to split this doubleheader at all cost before going into the bye day tomorrow. Here's the first pitch from Arnett. It's fouled over by Bisaccia up and over the Miners' dugout, and the count goes to 0-1.
And talk about Zen Rose shutting down the Miners. That is true from the sense that he did not allow a run, but he was seemingly constantly in jams, allowing base runners, walking a fine line that the Bucs decided they did not want to walk anymore, and they'll take their chances with the righty Arnett.
Yeah, we heard pregame that the Bucs bullpen, like you mentioned, Charlie, was pretty worn out coming into this game, so you're curious to see how that's going to continue to progress, and if that has any impact on the remainder of this game. Count goes to 1-2. Mat-Su has shown themselves to come alive late in certain games against certain pitchers, and that could take place once again right here. The 1-2 and another foul ball from Bisaccia going towards the parking lot. Count stays at 1-2.
Oilers still up 3-0 on the Chinooks, on their way to score a rare road win for the team from Kenai. They have been stellar at home and pretty bad on the road.
And another foul ball. It bounces off of our press box, and the count will stay at 1-2. Thank goodness that didn't get the GoPro.
Yeah, it nearly did. My heart dropped when I saw it coming up, but I think it was just to the left.
The 1-2. And this pitch goes outside as the best band on planet Earth at one point is currently in our ear.
Yeah, louder than ever, this Somebody to Love by Queen. I really don't understand I don't know why our headsets should be able to pick up a radio station, but they are.
I'm not complaining on this song. This is an all-time classic. 2-2 count. Bisaccia with a softly hit ball over towards first, picked up by Eisenstadt, and he's just going to tag the bag himself to get out number 1. You saw Arnett come over there, but Eisenstadt just decided, I've got this, and able to take out Nick Bisaccia.
Yeah, that was really close, way closer than it should have been. That was a bad play by Tommy Eisenstadt at first base. He should have just tossed it underhand, but he thought he could win a foot race. He was barely right, but Bisaccia could have easily legged that one out and made him look silly.
Yeah, that was a pretty risky play, but it works out for the Bucs. Here's a high fly ball to center field from Drake Kerr. Ross is back, though, and he makes the catch, and that is too quickly down.
Yeah, the wind killed that one. There have been a couple hits like that off the bat, it looked like it might be at the base of the wall at least, and there's no way that Max Ross could have covered all that ground in time, but the wind, which is now blowing in from right center field back toward the baseball field, is causing these balls to drop a little bit prematurely, and Kerr was a victim of that.
So the wind is not helping Mat-Su today as Blake Baltz comes to the plate. Maybe he can help them soon. This is a ground ball just to the right of the first base bag, and that will be foul. Count goes to 0-1.
Baltz is 0 for 2 with a line out and a ground out. Freddie Mercury is about to hit the high note.
Oh, this is my favorite part of the song right here.
There it goes.
There it goes. 0-1 count. Pitch on the way to Baltz, and that is in the zone. The count goes to 0-2.
I really hope the music is coming through for all of you as well. I don't think it is, but if it isn't, then we sound like crazy people right now. But there is a local radio station playing in our ears right now for no reason.
That ball fouled off by Baltz. It's been doing that for the last, what would we say, 3.5 hours now?
Ever since we got here.
Yeah.
It was a low static hum at first, but I thought it was something wrong with the soundboard, and I guess in a way it is. But as it got louder and louder, I started to realize that it wasn't just static, it was classic rock.
The 0-2 for Baltz. And that's inside, but in the zone for a strike. And that's a call that I'm not so sure about, and I don't think Baltz is either.
That left me making a Freddie Mercury sound.
As he just looks off in disbelief. It's been that kind of day for Matsu. A strikeout to end the top half of the 5th inning. Miners still down 2-0. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 5th. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Anchorage, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you this evening. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether it's the East Coast, the West Coast, or anywhere in between, or heck, maybe right here in Alaska. We are happy to have you. Matsu trying to get back in this game, down 2-0 to the Anchorage Bucs. This is the bottom half of the 5th inning. And there's a new pitcher on the mound for Rocco Bernardina. It is going to be Ryan Harrahill, another Nebraska Cornhusker, the second time we've seen one today.
Yeah, Tucker Timmerman being the other one. Harrahill is 6'4", righty out of Elkhorn, Nebraska. Freshman with the Cornhuskers through just one inning of ball his freshman year there. But so far with the Miners, he's been kind of a long reliever. He made an emergency long relief appearance in Chugiak last week when when Hayden Hattenbach got lit up by the Chinooks in that first inning. And he did all right for himself. So far this season, he's got a 1-1 record, 11 1/3 innings pitched, has allowed 11 hits, 8 earned runs, 6.35 ERA, and 8 strikeouts as well.
So Harrahill making his way to the mound. He's been a very solid option for Matsu this year, although he has had his tough moments. That 11 1/3 innings pitch shows that he has a lot of trust from pitching coach Steve Hecker, and he will try to use that to the best of his benefit right here. And you know, this is something random, but I just thought of it. He and Blake Baltz are going to be in the same conference this upcoming year. They're both going to be in the Big Ten. They may play a conference game against each other.
Yep, that's. I really wish he hadn't said that, but that is just have to remind me of the college sports landscape right now. I myself am welcoming Stanford and Cal and Southern Methodist into my Atlantic Coast Conference that I love oh so dearly. Hoping that I might get put on a call for the Syracuse men's basketball game.
There you go.
Head out to Berkeley.
That'd be a heck of a journey. 0-1 count. Atlantic Coast Conference, and yet there's a team on the Pacific. Actually, 2 teams on the Pacific. 0-2 count for Carlone.
I don't think Stanford's quite on the ocean, but
in the Bay Area, or somewhere around there. Yeah. 0-2 count. Pitch from Harrahill. This is fouled off by Carlone, who already has a home run in this game and an RBI single.
Yeah, he's got 4 hits across these 2 games and also 4 runs batted in. 3 singles, a home run.
There's a reason why statistically he may be the best batter in the ABL. The 0-2, and he fouls this one into the netting. Count goes to, or rather stays at 0-2.
Well, he's doing his best Shohei Ohtani impression too. We don't have access to wins above replacement in the ABL, but if we did, he would absolutely be the leader in it. He's been one of the best pitchers in the league and also one of the best hitters.
He makes as big of an impact as any player. Mat-Su trying to make their own impact right here. Harrahill will put this one low. Count goes to 1-2. Combined 5 hits between these two teams. 3 from the Bucs and 2 for Mat-Su.
Back when the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes were going on during the MLB offseason, the Mat-Su Miners edited together a funny graphic that they posted on their Twitter with Shohei Ohtani in a Mat-Su Miners jersey. They were unable to close the deal on that one, it seems, but the Bucs have gotten a little bit closer. Found the next best thing.
Count goes to 2-2. There's always next year for Shohei, and we'd be happy to welcome him to the Valley.
He's got those $100 million coming, so he can play for pretty much any team he wants to.
That's true. Here's a chopper right side, right to Patrizzi. Underhand toss to first, and that will be out number 1. A nice 4-3 to open things up in the bottom of the 5th.
And retires Cole Carlone. Not an easy task, but Ryan Harahill's up to it. Now, Will Burns, he's going to try, Harahill will, and strike out the shortstop for the Bucs for the 3rd time today.
Yeah, he has struck out swinging twice, both times to Bernardina. Now taking on Ryan Harahill. We'll see if Harahill can get the better of him as well. So far showing a mix of fastball and breaking ball. This one finds the zone perfectly. Count goes to 0-1.
The stretch of Burns, Lamb, and Eisenstadt, as I mentioned before, batters 2, 3, and 4 in the order for the Bucs are a combined 0 of 6.
And that one lands outside. Count is going to be 1 ball and 1 strike. By the way, we're going to have more Valley Chats up for you hopefully in the near future. Looking to get out and record a couple of those tomorrow and have them up on YouTube for your viewing pleasure. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-2 here.
Yeah, we can't say, we're not going to say who they are in advance of when they go up anyway, because
Right.
we want you to watch them, but also we're not entirely sure who they're going to be yet, because I'm sure people have plans on their off days, and they have better things to do than show up to the field on an off day and talk to a couple of dweebs like us, but
Dweebs?
we will see who is willing to take one for the team and make the content all the much better.
Man, dweebs. My feelings are hurt here. Never been called a dweeb before.
No, it's
2-2
we're a
count.
collective.
No, we embrace the dweeb. That's going to be ball number 3, a little bit outside this time from Harahill. He's tried that same spot a couple times. Hasn't gotten a strike either one.
A dweeb is something like nobody calls you that seriously, you know. I think that's mostly something you call yourself or call a collective that you are a part of, which is what I just did. So you kind of just got a stray there.
Full count. This is a ground ball fouled by Burns. Count stays full at 3-2. I would classify myself probably as a nerd. I think is a great way to describe it.
Fair enough. I don't know what the distinction there is.
Well, it's a tough one. What is the definition of a dweeb? I don't know.
I think a dweeb also implies, like, you know, being awkward and weird. Like, a nerd isn't necessarily awkward. They just are into nerdy things. So I think a dweeb is like an awkward nerd.
I'm probably somewhere in between that then. Full count, and there's a strikeout for Ryan Harahill. He is not awkward at all when it comes to strikeouts. Out number 2 here in the bottom half of the 5th. 2 retired, and that'll bring on Andrew Lamb.
And congrats on including the bit we just did, because now you have to include the entire bit leading up to it in order to give people watching the highlight reel context.
Oh, goodness, that will be correct.
For that call, so
Andrew Lamb now at the plate for the Bucs. The number 3 man in the order. As that one's fouled.
Sorry to talk over you, but by the way, Will Burns does go down on strikes for the 3rd time, so
that's right.
Mission complete by Ryan Harahill.
Yeah, he struck out swinging all 3 times, so it has certainly been a good day for Mat-Su on that end. Count is 0-1. Harahill looking for his 2nd straight strikeout. He can end the 5th with it as well. Taking his time, a lot of time here. And a swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2. The patience pays off.
Got some AC/DC coming through our headsets now, courtesy of 105.5. The Fox, I think, is the radio station
That
we're
sounds
listening to right now.
Check swing, and it's going to be called for a ball.
Oh, so close.
Lamb did not go around. So the count will move to 1-2.
He's going to make a joke there. Got to get some electricity going. Electric K perhaps coming from Ryan Harrihill.
1-2. And that's high. Ball 2.
Lamb and Eisenstadt, the man on deck, a combined 0 of 4.
So this is a very good part of the lineup for Matsu to take advantage of, and this is, oh boy.
Wow, oh, that's in here.
It's in the booth. We have a souvenir.
That's amazing.
All right, now who gets to take it home?
Hold on. That's,
oh my gracious.
We gotta, hold on.
So how did it get in here though? Did it go up through the window?
I'm not entirely sure. It bounced off the side. I'm trying to pull up the camera here to show the people that we do have a baseball in our hands right now that took a weird carom off the window and bounced right in here.
As that's going to be a strikeout from Ryan Harrihill, and Matsu will end the bottom half of the 5th inning.
Hold on, just don't go anywhere. I'm gonna do some a little bit of movie magic here.
We're going to try to show you this.
We're going to add a camera source. Yeah, okay.
There you go.
There I am. And we've got a ball here. This came in. Here's Dylan there. And, yep, this came in right here. Nearly hit us. And, yep, we're going to break now. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball. We're on to the penultimate frame of action here at Mulcahy Stadium in Anchorage, Alaska. The Anchorage Bucs with a 2-0 lead over the Matsu Miners. Matsu hoping to avoid this game ending with the exact same final score as the first half of this doubleheader did. And to do that, they will have to have Jeremiah Arnett and give him a taste of what this offense can do in bursts so far this season. With Kyle McCausland, Christian Perez, Dom Patrizzi, batters 3, 4, and 5, the heart of the order for the Miners due up. And as fun as it was to get a ball in the booth here, I'm hoping to get a ball over the fence sooner rather than later.
Well, Kyle McCausland can certainly do that. Already 1 home run this year, and it was at the most important of times, that walk-off 3-run homer to run rule the Oilers. Maybe he could get another one of those right here.
Strike one comes in to McCausland, who is 0 for 2, a line out and a fly out. He's made solid contact both times, but neither one was able to get him on base. That time he waves at a pitch in the dirt for strike 2. The Miners heretofore have not scored a run in this doubleheader. In fact, aside from that 2-run bomb by Christian Perez a game ago, they have not scored in a long time. That's hits the opposite field. The third baseman Hawkins throwing over, and I apologize, that was not the opposite field, but it doesn't really matter. Out number 1, McCausland is 0 for 3.
I mean, there's not much you can do with that one. Hankins just doing a good job of sliding over and capturing that baseball. McCausland with a good-looking shot. It definitely had a lot of speed on it, but Hankins just took a really good form when it came to fielding it. Tough one for Matsu.
Now this will bring up Christian Perez, who has a walk and a line out. First offering from Arnett. He will foul it off. You know, something that last inning taught me is I think we need to have a designated booth cam on this on this broadcast that I can just pull up whenever I need it. You know, the next time, you know, if there's like a bird or something that flies in, we can be prepared. 0-1, got jammed past the third baseman. He ate him up, and Christian Perez is on with a hit. A single first one allowed by Jeremiah Arnett that took a weird angle off of Josh Hankins at third base, and there was nothing he could do with it. So a one-out single here for the Miners.
Yeah, bounced off the left side of his body, it looked like, and Perez able to capitalize. It was in a weird spot, too, where Hankins kind of had to rush over to try to field it. Perez putting so much speed on that baseball. Worked out perfectly. And that's a single that Matsu really needed. Now we'll see what Patrizzi can do to add on to it.
Dom with a single and a strikeout, hits one to short. This could be two, on a second for one, and to first in time for a double play. Dom Patrizzi takes the wind out of Matsu's sails. Every time you think they've got something brewing, just as quickly as that, the door is shut. Jeremiah Arnett able to get out of that inning with, I think, fewer than 10 pitches thrown. We head to the bottom of the sixth. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. Bottom six, Anchorage Bucs with Tommy Eisenstadt, Ryan Callahan, Josh Hankins due up against Ryan Harehill on for his second frame of work. Matsu trying to mount some kind of rally in the closing stages of this game, and in order to do that, Harehill has got to keep the deficit at 2. Charlie Fellows' Dylan Simmons on the call. Occupants of a press box that recently got a visitor as that's flied into shallow left field. The shortstop is calling for it, and he makes the grab. Backing into Kyle McCausland was Ryan Cochran. They have a little exchange there, but Cochran gets the out, one away.
Yeah, Ryan was like, I got it, and Kyle was already making his way up there. I think he was committed, and they kind of banged into each other just a little bit, but no harm, no foul, and thankfully, Cochran's still able to make the out. That's great concentration and a good job to hold on to the baseball.
So since that second inning, since Rocco Bernardina got the bases loaded and allowed a run, the Anchorage Bucs have exactly one base runner, Ryan Callahan, on a hit by pitch in the third. Since that third inning, it has been all outs. They have not gotten a hit. They have not reached base a single time. And a swing and a miss here by Ryan Callahan to get it to 0-2. He has walked and been hit by a pitch today. So really, it was just that rough start. Obviously, the first pitch home run, and then in the second, they tacked on one more. This game would be totally different. That one's flied into center field, not deep. Kerr, 2 out.
And that's a good point you make, partner, because we've seen throughout the course of the season that bad starts have doomed Matsu in a few games. We saw it against the Chinooks probably about a week ago back at Lee Jordan Field, and we saw it a couple times against the Peninsula Oilers, and now we see another kind of tough start. Matsu unable to dig their way out of it. Of course, the offense being limited as much as they have been today certainly isn't helping, but these rough starts have cost Matsu a couple times. They're much better when they're able to front run. I think that's the biggest thing. Whenever they have a lead, Matsu feels a lot more in control. They're not as good of a come-from-behind team. Not to say they can't come from behind, but they do feel a little more comfortable, it seems like, whenever they're up.
Coming from behind is hard. Hit into center there off the bat of Hankins, and that is going to drop right into the glove of Don Patrizzi. Add that to his highlight reel. A great defensive day for the Lehigh Mountain Hawk. He makes the grab, a quick 1-2-3, bottom of the sixth. And the Matsu Miners will have 3 outs remaining. It will be Chase Wilcox, Ryan Cochran, and Kellen Strohmeyer, the 3 men remaining if Matsu wants to salvage a split here at Mulcahy. Don't go anywhere. Matsu Miners Baseball will return on YouTube. We are on to the 7th frame of action at Mulcahy Stadium. The Anchorage Bucs clinging to a 2-0 advantage over Mat-Su. It has been a shutout performance in the 13 innings we have seen thus far. Mat-Su wants to get on the board one final time, and it'll be Adam Enyart standing in their way.
Sophomore out of Bakersfield, California, plays for St. Mary's. He's seen the minors before this year. 4 appearances, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 2 earned runs given up, and a 3.86 ERA. Mostly used as the closer, and he's coming in once again here to try to close out the Mat-Su Miners here at home.
It'll be 7, 8, 9, Cochran, Strohmeyer, and Bisaccia.
6, 7, 8, I believe. Wilcox,
Sorry,
yes.
I marked the out on the wrong one here. Wilcox is at bat. He has walked and struck out in this game. He just saw strike one come from Enyart. The closer for the Bucs in this one. Long look, and he fires strike two, is fouled back.
Well, Wilcox has certainly been able to get on base throughout this game and already has 1 walk, although he did strike out his other time. We know that he's been great in late game situations. He had that huge RBI double against the Pilots on Friday. That helped Mat-Su to win. Maybe he can get something started right here.
0-2, swing and a miss. Down goes Wilcox. 1 away here in the 7th.
Yeah, Enyart just blazing that one right by the fastball, and Wilcox kind of mistimed it a little early on the swing, unable to catch it.
We will have a pinch hitter here. Brandon Durand on to bat for Ryan Cochran. The Miners dipping into their power reserves a bit, looking for a jolt of electricity. We'll see what he can generate.
Yeah, Durand certainly has that ability, and remember he had that multi-home run game not that long ago. The biggest thing Mat-Su needs right now is a hit that can really generate this offense, for lack of a better term. One that's going to be deep into the outfield, an extra base hit. That's how you get some momentum going.
Enyart. And that's hit well out to right, arcing foul, and looks like it's going to go out of play. Durand was a starter in Game 1. He was the catcher. The newly minted Miners Player of the Week for his 2-home-run game in Chugiak, but also a very solid week. He hit nearly 300, drove in 8 runs. Was an everyday player. And now he's batting in the biggest stage. Just got a piece of that one. Dribbler down the first base line, foul. It'll be another 0-2 count. Miners and Bucs equal, I should say, at 3 runs or 3 hits each. The Bucs have parlayed those into 2 runs. The Miners have nothing to show for it. Neither side has committed an error in this game. 0-2 from the righty. Right down the middle. Down on 3 strikes is a very frustrated Brandon Durand. And one batter stands between the Miners and an 0-2 doubleheader here at Mulcahy, and that is Kellen Strohmeyer.
Yeah, another nice fastball that time by Enyart, right above the plate. Very true Drew Kennan-esque, and he is fulfilling his job as the closer. Strohmeyer is going to have to step up here if Mat-Su wants any chance of coming back.
That's up to 8 strikeouts in this game between Zanrose and Adam Enyart, and Kellen Strohmeyer is 2 of them. Did so in the 2nd and again in the 4th. He now bats in the 7th. 1-0. And that's low again. The first couple of balls thrown by Enyart.
Strohmeyer doing a pretty good job early on in this count. He's just got to be patient, watch where the baseball is, don't overreact to something.
3-0.
All right, now you've got a great opportunity to force a walk. Keep an eye on how Enyart decides to handle this situation. Probably going to try to use that fastball down the middle. This is where Strohmeyer could potentially strike, especially on a 3-0.
I wonder if he'll be swinging away. He will not, and he will pay for it. 3-1. If he can draw a walk, Nick Bisaccia will come up to bat. He ended the last game by grounding into a double play.
Yeah, I thought that last one was where Strohmeyer might swing. He decided not to, and like you mentioned, it cost him. Now the 3-1.
3-1 is inside, but in the zone. Down to his last strike, a full count from Adam Enyart. Payoff pitch is hit down the left field line, foul. Won't back down by Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, coming through our radio station infused headsets right now. I think that's a battle song for the Miners if I've ever heard one.
Perfect timing.
Payoff pitch from Enyart. Chopper down the third base line. That will again go foul.
I'll tell you what, Kellen Strohmeyer's not backing down right now. He's doing everything he can to keep this at-bat alive. Fouling it off, making sure to avoid giving up a strikeout, and forcing balls against Enyart. He is going to make this as hard as possible, and if he goes down, he is going to go down with everything he's got.
Payoff pitch. Enyart will deal. High bouncing ball to second. Knowles has it, tosses on to first, and that will do it. The Miners offense plays 14 innings of ball and cannot muster a single run. They fall in a pair of 2-0 defeats to the Anchorage Bucs. Assuming the Peninsula Oilers result holds, that will mean the Miners will fall back into a tie with Peninsula for second place in the ABL, while the Anchorage Bucs' lead has ballooned to 4.5. They sit clear atop the Alaska Baseball League. The Miners pitchers played well, but the offense was stuck in mud all day, as it has been wont to do for stretches so far this season, and it's the worst possible time. They fall to 0-4 this season against the Bucs.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding against the Bucs, and this is obviously not the performance that Matsu is looking for offensively. Not a bad day for the defense or the pitchers, but the offense certainly just didn't quite have it. But these games do happen, and although it was a tough day, it's just one day of many here in the 2024 ABL season. These two teams will meet again, and it won't be too much longer. They'll meet again in another week right back here at Mulcahy, and I'm sure Matsu will be ready to go. Can't wait to see that rematch on the horizon.
That will be it for today. The Miners will be off tomorrow, and then they will head back to Herman Brothers Field to play the Anchorage Glacier Pilots, a good place that they've played and a good opponent that they play against. They have not dropped a game to the Glacier Pilots at Herman Brothers Field so far this season, so that'll be an opportunity for them to get off the schneid and get back in the win column. There are going to be a lot of things they're going to have to talk about after this one to get right, especially on that offensive end. You won't want to miss that one, though. That game will be at 6 p.m. Alaska Daylight Time, 10 p.m., I should say, Eastern Daylight Time. You do the translation from there. It'll be right here on this YouTube channel, of course. You'll want to tune in 15 minutes before the start of that game to watch our pregame coverage. And in the meantime, we should have a few Valley Chats up on the YouTube before that game. Until then, though, with Dylan Simmons, I've been Charlie.